not holding the magic trick for a sorcerer cyclone turn, which is reasonable. They've usually, if you have one or the other, you kind of want to wait for the other one to show up. But with neither of those minions in hand, they went ahead for the magic trick on turn one, and they picked a counter spell out of there, which I find really interesting because this might actually protect one of their giants from said deadly shot.
Yeah, and they're also in one of those situations where they have a lot of things that can sort of activate. If there's a big board, Sea Giant comes down cheap. If they find a way to play a Mountain Giant, Conjurer's Calling, Khadgar already in hand, one of those power combos you were alluding to at the beginning. But they're just kind of missing the other half of a couple of combos.
Yeah, and this Hunter is not the kind of Hunter deck that will flood the board early on, as opposed to the Mech Hunter, which definitely will. So the Sea Giants may be stranded in hand for a little while, while MCon continues to draw through their deck. And they picked up Frost Nova as well as a very important tech versus aggressive decks to make sure those Giants have that extra turn they need to punch in the damage. But at the moment, nothing doing. Yeah, this, like you said, Bills, this hand is just really awkward for MCon.
It's funny, this hand kind of reminds me of sort of a classic priest hand, right, where you have half of 3 different combos and none of them work with each other. You have to right. Find the other half of one of those 3 combos before you can start doing stuff.
And this is interesting too. We just talked about that, where that counterspell could come into play in this matchup. MCon went ahead and deployed it as opposed to waiting for a more reactive time to play it. And this is actually going to give Nordavind a chance to poke that trap to see if it's counterspell. So it kind of sacrifices the freezing trap to maintain these 2 deadly shots in hand.
I am surprised. I definitely would have, like you were saying, you can counterspell to protect a giant from a deadly shot. You can also absorb a bigger spell, right? Something like Unleash the Beast on 6, which, with the way this game is currently developing, I would not at all be surprised to see Unleash the Beast on 6 to be a very tempting just to do something, right? Just to have it on board preemptively, even if you don't get that rush value. Counterspell hitting and Unleash the Beast seems quite a bit more valuable.
Oh yeah, that would have been a huge play from MCon if they had been able to kind of suss that out on their turn 5 ahead of turn 6. But the freezing trap was definitely like the one card they would have gladly sacrificed. These are 4 spells for Nordavind in hand, no minions. So all 4 of these would have been a bad thing to throw into that counter spell. So I think Nordavind came out on top on that exchange.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're gonna go ahead and see an animal companion. Okay, the Leok showing up, just be like, hey guys, what's going on? And the answer, Leok, is not a whole lot, but you are golden. So
sometimes always Hunter, but sometimes Leok. So finally a nearly playable minion in hand for MCon, but not yet. Rabble Bouncer 6 mana, not enough stuff on the board for it to lower its cost. But
the mage sitting on 9 cards. They don't have to do anything extreme yet. They don't have to do like discard the coin or tempo Khadgar or anything. But next turn, they're going to be doing stuff like 6 or 7 mana Rabble Bouncers, which not what you're hoping for.
You know what though? They're not under a ton of pressure yet either. So they probably feel like they have time to wait it out, right? It's only turn 5, and this is the first minion that a Hunter has played. Usually, that's a pretty good position to be in against a Hunter deck. But yeah, if they just top deck something useful, Mountain Giant perhaps.
Yeah, maybe a Mountain Giant, that would be great. Really would not mind to see a Mountain Giant, I guess is what.
Right. It's like you're coming into 10 cards. That's pretty much when you want to see it. In fact, some of the other minions would be really problematic right now. Like the Banana Buffoon would actually not be useful here because you wouldn't be able to fit both bananas in your hands.
Yeah.
It's a very strange image, but
yeah. There's too many bananas for me to keep in my hand right now.
Why can't I hold all these bananas, Bill?
I just need. I thought I could carry more bananas than this. No, 10 is the most. 10 is the most bananas.
10 is the number of bananas you can hold in your hand, apparently. But turn 6 though, so Unleash the Beast does generate that first Wyvern, and Zul'jin has come into hand for Nordavind, so they're gonna be looking to start utilizing as many of these spells as they can, like, and Unleash the Beast is at the top of that list because once Zul'jin hits the board, that's 10/10 in stats you get just for playing these cards ahead of time. So, you know, even if there's nothing on the board to react to, Nordovin's going to be looking to put these down. And a polymorph coming into hand for MCon is not what they wanted to see.
No, not to beat this point to death, but Polymorph is not the same card as Mountain Giant.
No, it's
obviously
definitely not.
Yeah,
one
we see
makes a
both.
sheep and one makes a mountain giant.
Right. That's what I would say is the key difference between the. Obviously, we can see that both deadly shots are in hand already for Nordovin, but as MCon, it's just something. If you're looking for something to do, I would not be surprised to see this Rabble Bouncer come down. It doesn't contest the board very well, but at this point, you're sitting on you got a full rack of ribs in your hand there now. You got to play something. We're actually going to see the Polymorph come down.
Yeah, I don't hate the Polymorph here, honestly, because the 5/5 Wyvern is literally the biggest minion in this deck. So if it's the best value they're going to get out of the Polymorph, and they have the time to utilize it, although it doesn't reduce a ton of damage off the board, 4 damage only, but it frees up the hand space at least, and you know, gives them a bit more time to get to something bigger in their deck.
Yeah, that's a great point, and it also allows them for this turn to be able to Rabble Bouncer or Sea Giant by not actually taking a number of bodies off the board. They'll be able to play a 7-mana Sea Giant this next turn if they want to.
Yeah. The Rabble Bouncers, I thought, though, they do have a Conjurer's Calling in hand, so they could try to generate a little bit of extra power, but 13 power plus the hero power for 15 is not something you just want to leave unchallenged. So Ziliak's helpful, but what's that? That's a Rat Trap. Okay, so the MCon is not really sussed out what secret this is yet from the Hunter. So do they want to throw the Ziliax into a potential freezing trap or no? That's a big question they're going to have to ask themselves.
Yeah, that's a great point. The only thing they've really checked for is actually nothing. I guess I actually haven't had a chance to really check for anything.
I don't think so.
And if you're going up against a secret list, there's a lot of, there's a couple of one-ofs in here. The analysts were actually talking before the game. There's a one-of Explosive Trap. But there's a snipe also, right? There's that one of snipe that, do you want to throw your Ziliax and it just loses its Divine Shield for free, then you lose the Ziliax. It's tough. Secrets are tough, I guess, is the thesis of that whole list of run-on sentences.
Well, this is a reasonable play from MCon. Try to get a minion on board. Use the Frost Nova to try to get it to stick. Unfortunately, the Mark Shot plus a bow will clear off this Rebel Bouncer really easily, and these are some good discovers here for Nordovin. None of these are bad picks.
No, I of course am extremely tempted to take this baited arrow, and obviously I am biased because I can see Ziliax in hand, but baited arrowing a Ziliax is just one of my favorite things to do in the game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, like you clear a very annoying minion, you get a 5/5. It ain't bad, but that Revenge of the Wild, I think with as many beasts as they already have on board, it's really hard to pass this value up. 2 mana could bring them back quite a bit of power if they can get it deployed next turn.
Yeah, and don't sleep on this sheep. It actually counts as a beast as well.
Yep. Please do not sleep on sheep, whatever you do.
Right, it's just not advised generally.
Well, Sandbinder will help them get to one of 2 elementals in the deck, either the Mountain Giant or the Mana Cyclone, which could also be interesting. But I have to wonder, like, if would the Mana Cyclone actually be a bust here, because no Sorcerer's Apprentice and just not enough time, honestly. But they got the Mountain Giant.
Yeah, and actually just looking at the board pressure, we see 10 to 13, 14, 15 damage showing to their only 18 life remaining. So I wonder, I think they're in one of those really awkward situations where they kind of, Frost Nova basically heals for 10. Is that good enough in this situation? Or do they have to start going for some crazy, like, is it better odds to win if you do something crazy, seemingly crazy, like Conjurer's Calling this 4-drop? We're going to see the Frost Nova, basically 3 mana heal for 10.
Yeah.
And But these are the kind of the health totals, especially against Hunter. We've talked over and over again about how Hunter deals damage in chunks, right? Like 5, even with this board freeze, 5 damage could come into the face.
Right. Yeah. No, I think Frost Nova was almost necessary there. I think it's a very safe play. It gives them the extra turn they need, and going into the next turn, the Mountain Giant will be 4, and a Khadgar plus Conjurer's Calling is another 5. So they could potentially set up a very big wall of taunts here just by using that Frost Nova and waiting a turn.
Yeah, and it setting off that rat trap is not going to be a worry. They could even, I wonder if they're interested in checking to see if it is a freezing trap, because that would bounce the Sandbinder and make that Mountain Giant even cheaper.
True. Yeah, it could even save them the coin if they wanted to utilize it later on. So that's, and I would think you want to poke out these traps anyway, right? You don't want to leave a freezing trap in place if you're about to play 4 giants on the board. So yeah, I wouldn't hate it.
And you're not too worried about recharging the durability on this Eagle Horn bow if you're about to set up a wall of 7/8 and 8/8 creatures and taunts.
Yeah, well, the important charge for the Eagle Horn bow is at this position is the last one.
Right.
If it delivers that last 3 point of damage, they're dead. So yeah, they poke the trap, and we might see a big wall of stuff here.
Okay, we're gonna see the Elemental Evocation to get this Mountain Giant down to 2 mana. Khadgar double, no. Oh yeah, Khadgar Conjurer's Calling, coin Conjurer's Calling is possible, as long as they have enough time.
Yeah, they just got to get it all done. They reach for the mind control tech to reduce some of the power on board, and they get the high roll. They get all 4 Grave Horrors off of the Conjurer's Calling. Oh my goodness!
Wow. What did they get off the mind control tech? It's going to be a Rush Wyvern.
Wow, that was about as good as a result as you could possibly ask for. MCon got it in just under the rope there, Bills. That was a fantastic result. Great turn for MCon.
Yeah, that was a dare I say, gigantic turn. From MCon. The only downside, of course, is they didn't get to take any value off the Rush Wyvern, like you were saying, right under, so close to being right under the rope that the rope burned out before they could actually rush this Wyvern into anything.
Yeah, true. Now the bad news though for MCon is that Nordavin's been holding these deadly shots since the very first turn. And Unleash the Hounds on a full board is going to allow them to get maximum value off of this Leok. So like, you think you don't want Leok, but this is a great turn for Leok to be in the game.
And Leok, so actually, and this was a card you were highlighting just a couple of turns ago. Oh, Sheep griefing, the Nordavin Sheep grief.
No. But yeah, this is a nearly full board clear here for Nordavin off of that Revenge of the Wild. Revenge of the Wild plus Doggies from Unleash the Hounds is just one of the best combos available to Hunter. It's a great board swing. You can usually clear the board and punch in a little bit of face damage off of the charge from Dogs. So that was a great turn from MCon last turn, and then a great follow-up turn from Nordavin, and they're actually setting up a lethal here.
Yeah, and I just that Leok, who's been around since turn 3 or turn 4.
Turn 5, actually.
Turn 5. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. It was Leok and Hero Power. This Leok has seen some stuff, man. This Leok has seen...
First, there was a giant, and then it turned into like 4 big zombies, and then a gnome came out and stole my wyvern. It was really weird.
Yeah, but then Leok was able to lead about 12 dogs to clear out everything, and Leok persists. So now we actually have the opportunity for this mage to taunt and Sea Giant. But you were saying it just a second ago, the life total's getting low, and that Hunter Hero Power, the ability to just keep pressuring the life total, we are going to see the second rat trap get triggered. Mm-hmm. It's getting a little dicey because the only source of healing in this mage is Ziliax.
Yep. And he's actually ready to go. They managed to do this in a sequence that saved them enough mana to they're actually going to Conjurer's Call the Sea Giant, interestingly, because it creates a 10, it splits to 10 mana minions, but how many 10 mana taunts do they have that they could really rely on to protect their face?
Yeah, I actually can't think of any 10 mana taunt minions off the top of my head. There's a lot of dragons,
Yeah.
obviously Mechathune. There's
Right.
wow. Hey, can I also, I don't want to harp on this particular play too much, but the inability to, so they stole the Rush Wyvern. That
Mhm.
Rush Wyvern could have killed Leok,
Yeah.
and it didn't. They ran out of time, the rope burned out.
Right.
And I don't know if it would have necessarily changed the outcome of the game, but that's one of those, if I was going to, sort of restart from replay, I would pick that turn, kill that Leok, and just see how the trajectory of that game changes.
Yeah, because that Leok literally added 12 damage to the board, based off of the dogs. I think because
Mhm.
the dogs came out for 6 of the 7 minion slots.
Right.
So yeah, you're absolutely right. And then I don't know that and Ziliax may not have been enough to save Imcon in that position. So it's just going to end up going in Nordavin's way. I think either way there.
Gosh, you
But
know what
yeah, like the rope just maybe deciding that game.
Yeah, if they had the opportunity to attach that Ziliax to that Mechathune, man, would have been a whole different ball game.
Wow.
Heal for
Yeah.
13, get a giant taunt. But like you said, it's in the books. Hunter finds its way, and we're actually going to head into the second game now, which is going to be Rogue versus Hunter.
And this is the Bomb Hunter for Imcon, a very different deck from the Secret Hunter. This one is way more aggressive. You're gonna see a lot of small mechs, and then you're gonna see some bigger mechs magnetize onto the smaller mechs and try to hit Nordavin in the head repeatedly. But Nordavin has one of the best techs in the game against that kind of those magnetic strategies, and that's Sap. So I would not be surprised if we see them keep this Sap in the opening. They only pitched it,
Oh,
as I was
interesting.
saying.
Yeah, and they're only playing one copy of Sap, so I would expect them to hang on against, because we actually see one of the one of the enablers of that mech magnetic strategy that you were talking about in that galvanizer. It sort of turns all of your magnetic creatures into much faster buffs as long as you're able to attach some mech to the board. And we actually see one of the people who does that really well, the upgradable Framebot.
Yeah, and this galvanizer, like, it's a very, very tiny Emperor Thaurissan, but only for mechs and only once.
Yeah.
But it is so effective, just being, because if this Bomb Hunter ever misses a turn on its curve, it's so damaging to the game plan, and that galvanizer lets it correct those curve problems that the deck can have by bringing the minion cost down. So this is Galvanizer is a great start, but it's a very heavy hand for him.
Yeah, the ability to get this Framebot down, but yeah, just like you were saying, they're actually going to miss. I guess it does allow them to upgradable Framebot and hero power, but yeah, they actually, some of the one of the difficulties with this deck is sometimes you kind of draw it upside down, right? And we see both missile launchers and a war gear in hand already, and not a whole lot of bombs to really get to start pressuring that life total. And upgradable Framebot, hero power, or replicating menace, but the replicating menace just gets daggered, right? It does give you a board full of little critters, but it feels bad to lose it directly to a dagger.
And Imcon also has to consider Nordavin running a single copy of Fan of Knives, so making microbots, not always a success. I mean, against most things, it's good because you get 3 opportunities to be able to magnetize something to a smaller mech. But yeah, there's a lot of ways this could go wrong considering the rogue deck.
And here's one of the very talked about cards, so talked about that it received a pretty gentle nerf from 5 health to 4, the Evil Miscreant. Still good. Turns out there was plenty of room to be not as good as pre-nerf Evil Miscreant and still be good enough to play.
Yeah, that it's so interesting that the rogue deck did, that they kept the Miscreant, right? Like the preparation nerf was effective, the raiding party nerf was effective, but turns out the lackeys are just darn good.
Yeah.
And they're just going to stick around for probably the life of this deck.
And we're going to go ahead and see the upgradable Framebot hit the board and a trade. I'm trying to decide if that counts as a value trade. It's a 3-1 into a 3-3. Seems pretty okay, but it's really opening them up to, like you were talking about, the Fan of Knives possibilities.
Right, and I think when you're opposed versus a deck that has a one of tech card, you just have to take the chance, right? You don't say, oh, I can never play any of my cards that are countered by this one card out of 30. I think you just go for it, and if you get blown out, then that's Hearthstone sometimes.
Right? They have a 1 in 30 of having the answer to a particular board state. But we actually see playable in hand right now is the Spirit of the Shark, the very which I'm really interested to see if the Spirit of the Shark is going to be able to make some cool stuff happen, because I like this card, but I don't get to see it win very often.
Yeah, and this hand too from Nordavind didn't have a lot going on there in the 4 mana spot. So I think Spirit of the Shark was a good call there. Kind of give them some room to maneuver next turn, because they could, even though it kind of they have to somewhat take a turn off here to get it down. Turn 5 could be really interesting. You can Novice Engineer into a Miscreant, get a card and 4 lackeys, and get some serious shenanigans going on in the mid game. And
Yeah.
I mean, so far, like, MCon hasn't presented a ton of pressure. I mean, Nordavind has only taken 2 points of damage, so
Yeah.
they're not in a lot of trouble.
And we're finally starting to see some of the benefit of that early Galvanizer start to pay off, where a 5 mana missile launcher comes down to buff up. All of a sudden, this little microbot with his little flex, much stronger flex now. But like you were saying, there's a lot of opportunity for this rogue to start doing stuff. Spirit of the Shark remains on board. Gosh, does rogue actually overdraw if they Novice Engineer and Evil Miscreant? Because they'll draw
They're
2.
at 7 now. They'll stay at 7. Miscreant will drop it to 6. They'll overdraw next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Novice will draw 2 cards.
Oh, because of the Spirit of the Shark. You're right.
Yeah,
Yes,
so they actually can't.
Wow. And this is kind of the interesting thing. Like, the Spirit of the Shark is an inclusion that's kind of come in the wake of the Togwaggle pick falling out of favor, since Raiding Party has kind of gotten nerfed out of common use. So people have been looking for ways to utilize Spirit of the Shark, and this is one of the ways, right? You use the Novice Engineer to just fill your hands in the mid game with cards and lackeys, and which is great as long as you're not under a ton of pressure. And right now they're not under a ton, but they're under some, and it's a little scary.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and see a Van Cleef come out. Those hand size issues, they're doing the math, and there's no way that math works out to where you don't start burning potentially valuable cards off the top of your deck. We're gonna see a tracking come out. We were talking about this at the beginning. There's the early pressure stuff is kind of missing. The rogue sitting at 21 health on turn 5 is not what this bomb warrior is trying to do.
Right. Although that war gear though is a big mid game beat that they want to hit here, but they also have to consider that Van Cleef, if this is a fast deck, but racing a rogue deck is always a very risky proposition. So they're going to be considering how they want to approach this mid game and see if is there a trade, a value based solution, or if they just want to race this out and see how it goes.
Double missile launcher is going to be able to deal with a lot of and so they're sort of covering both bases, right? They're unfortunately dealing damage to their own boards, but they're also able to deal a bunch of damage and deal with anything that has 2 health or less. Basically, is almost irrelevant.
Yeah.
Now 1 health or less.
Right, and the Phantom Knives actually going to let them clear the board. So pressure is off, but the damage is done. Now down to 14 for Nordavind. But Imcon on the play now, and they
with
have
this Boommaster Flark.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That is a lot of damage. Now the question is how do we activate these bombs? They if they don't activate though, they're still mechs, so they still get magnetized and they still put stuff to face. So this is approaching an end-game solution for MCon.
Yeah, actually, I'm getting really nervous for Nordavind right now, because they had played out their fan already, and now I'm looking at their hand, and there seems like there's just a lot of cards that don't really help them at the moment. Because just like you're saying, this is just 8 damage on the board. Short of a sap, this is 8 damage that will hit you at some point. And if you leave them, incredibly dangerous. You can't do that because like they're all of the magnetic cards. You've only seen the 2 missile launchers. You know, there's what venomizers. There are spider bombs. Another replicating menace, war gears. Leaving mechs is still dangerous. Ziliacs. And none of their answers are really lining up very cleanly right now.
Right, and great roll on the evolve there, making that into a pit lord for a 5/6. So the immediate pressure of Flark's body is taken off, but yeah, 4 mechs remaining on board, and M kind of has a green light here, just start magnetizing and heading for the face.
Yeah, and that 14 health is going to start diminishing very quickly. Now they're just trying to determine what's the best way. Obviously, they have a bomb toss in hand that deals with this 2/2 very, very easily. They have a spider bomb that's magnetic. They have a war gear that's magnetic. I would assume. Wait, they don't have lethal damage, do they? 5.
I don't think so. They get the most they can get is 9. They can get no. I'm sorry. They can get 7 damage out immediately. I believe
They can do, and bomb toss can go face. So they have 5,
Right.
6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the big question is mana, though. It still is just turn 8. So
You're right. I got.
that's okay. They're gonna split the difference here and put another sticky mech on the board and drop Nordovan down to 7. And Henge Burglar could actually come up with something really interesting, because unlike Blink Fox, which generates a card from your opponent's class, Henge Burglar is a card from any class.
Yeah.
So
and
that could be Frost Nova, so it's something to freeze the board, something to give them a turn.
Yeah, and that's a great point about Frost Nova, because my first thought was, if they can find a Blizzard, but they're not, they'll be dead. So they need to find something that's 4 mana or less off this Henge Clan Burglar if they want to go for that. No, not even a Consecrate gets there, because they'll just take a bunch of damage. It seems like they need specifically a freeze. Is that fair to say?
Maybe, but then there's also there's a counter lethal consideration as well. I don't think they're there, but they're counting it up. They've got 8 on board, and at 8 mana with Leroy Shadow Step, that's another 12. So that's almost lethal in return. But they're going to utilize this Shadow Step on the Life Drinker to kind of get them out of lethal range and maybe try to win this race. But yeah, I almost guarantee you Nordovan was thinking to themselves, do we have lethal here? Let's count this up before we commit anything.
Yeah, and like you were saying earlier, this matchup can just balance on a razor's edge, where both decks are capable of, whether it's Leroy, Shadow Step Leroy shenanigans, or magnetizing a bunch of stuff to a bunch of bombs and setting them off shenanigans. Both decks are capable of shenanigans.
Yeah, and believe it or not, MCon actually top decked into a lethal solution there, Bills. The Replicating Menace was exactly enough mana and exactly enough damage to get Nordovan down to 0. So Nordovan, I think, played that correctly there to keep them in the game just long enough to get a lethal on their own end and win the race. But top deck MCon, great stuff. So this series now goes to 1-1.
That's right.
Both hunters are now retired,
and we're down into best of 3. We've gone from a best of 5 to a best of 3. The
best of 3 with some very cool decks. We're going to be seeing the Rogue and the Mage versus the Warlock in the Mage. So we're going to see some wacky stuff here, I think.
Oh, speak of the Warlock, from what I understand, hopefully I'm remembering this correctly, this Warlock has never lost.
That's right. We were talking about that in the pregame, and MCon all through this playoff, with this Zulok, has not lost once. It is an undefeated deck, which seems weird because Zulok is not an incredibly powerful deck in this meta, but it's just hit all the right notes for MCon so far.
And we actually see a couple of interesting, they're playing a single copy of Defender of Argus that can sometimes, put the roadblocks in the way necessary if you're fighting against other decks that depend on board presence, to kill you. The Defender of Argus allows you to really slow them down, potentially
Right.
for a key turn where you can find a counter lethal of your own.
But when it comes to the true power of this Warlock deck, it's in the Magic Carpet. That card by itself will win games,
Oh
and
yes.
we see it there in MCon's opening hand, and you better believe they're gonna keep it.
And man, it as a just a person who enjoys playing video games, part of me is sad to see Archvillain Rafam, cycle out of zoo builds. But it
Yeah.
makes sense, right? They've just gone for a much more sort of consistent game plan. It's like we're winning games with Magic Carpet. Let's do more stuff that synergizes with Magic Carpet.
Right. I mean, in MCon's list has 14 one-cost minions, so they are all in on the Magic Carpet ride.
Yeah.
And there's in pretty much all the 2-drops are just there to synergize with the 1-drops. So you have Direwolf Alpha, you have the Evil Genius, you have the Knife Juggler, Scarab Egg to activate more knife juggles. Yeah, it's all in on the small minions for the Warlock.
Yeah. And here's a fun fact that doesn't come up every time, but if you are in a situation where you have a Magic Carpet in play and Sea Giant costs 1, that counts.
Yep.
It becomes just a good old 9/8 rush for 1.
Yeah, why not? So Mulch Muncher,
Yeah.
you have competition.
Yeah. So one mana buff notwithstanding.
Right. Oh, true. Yeah. It's well, the Mulch Muncher will, if all your little tree men die,
That's right.
come down for nothing and hit them. But yeah, this Magic Carpet it will make or break this deck in certain matchups, and versus the Rogue can certainly be one of them. Especially like this Rogue has slowed down so much since the departure of Raiding Party Waggle Pick, and it's having to rely on the lackeys to generate mid game value and also activate combo stuff like Van Cleef. And there's just no way for the Rogue to deal with the 1/6 Carpet at this point unless they want to. If they had an Eviscerate in hand, they could commit Backstab Eviscerate. But MCon making the bet that they don't.
Yeah, this Rogue, I mean, 6 health is just a lot to deal with this early in the game. And so, yeah, Backstab Eviscerate is a 2-card combo. You can you can just sort of hope they don't have that. There's only a single copy of Sap. That's another way to at least make them spend another 3 mana on it moving into the future. But none of those options available for our Nordovan Rogue friends right now. So they have to decide: is it gonna be like a Backstab Van Cleef tempo turn? Is that feels like a 3 mana 4/4 doesn't feel super great.
That's a ping hero power turn. That's a really bad hand here for Nordovan. They just didn't really have anything they wanted to play. 3-4 mana minions, and they didn't want to commit the Van Cleef to a board that could very easily trade it away. It would just take 2 minions out of hand for MCon to trade away a 4/4 Van Cleef. So I can understand Nordovan not wanting to commit that and lose that very, very valuable piece this early in the game.
Yeah, and they have so many things they're going to start. Like you were referring to the number of 4-cost minions they have in their hand right now. They're getting ready to charge up. They'll be able to get a spell off of this Hench Clan Burglar. They'll be able to just heal for a little bit and start contesting with the Life Drinker. They have a Shadow Step available, but they don't. They're sort of like coiling their spring, but their spring isn't charged up yet for a potential backswing. And the question is, will this Warlock give them enough time to get fully charged before the Warlock just walks across the board and kills them?
Well, right, they're only looking across the board at 3 damage next turn, and they're at 26. So Spirit of the Shark feels like a safe play here going into to the next turn, where they can utilize that double battle cry, and maybe even be able to do something about the Magic Carpet in the next turn. So Spirit of the Shark seems like a really natural play here.
Oh yeah, and all they need is oh, sorry. This is minions. Only minions, battle cries, and minions combos. So you can't. Spirit of the Shark does not work with Eviscerate. Not that I've ever made that mistake before, but I have.
Well, so it's kind of thing where when you make that mistake, you never make it again, right?
Never again. Yeah.
And another interesting inclusion in these really super modern zoo lists is the Witchwood Imp, which has a death rattle, and there's a couple of opportunities where you want to destroy your own stuff, either by way of Grim Rally, or by the Warlock's own lackey generator. Because when it destroys a friendly minion, you get 2 lackeys, which could definitely be worth it. If you cracked an egg, for instance, or cracked an imp here to get the health bonus. So
Yeah.
it's a nice synergistic pick for this warlock deck.
Yeah, it's always nice when you can sort of get the value, because especially in zoo and like board-based strategies, you need a really good reason to destroy your own board presence. And just like you're saying, the death rattle add 2 health to the rest of your board is just a really good way to keep moving your position forward, even though in the short term you're somewhat destroying what seems like your whole game plan.
Right. Well, it is only on 1 minion, but still, that can make or break a trade. In a parity situation.
Mm-hmm.
So Nordvin now they're starting to feel the pressure here. That's 2, 4, 6 damage on board, and that is not nothing when you're at 22. So they need to start getting a game plan in play here, or they're just going to get rushed down because there's not a lot of ways for this rogue to handle a wide board.
Yeah, I would not at all be surprised to see our little hench clan burglar come down. They'll get to discover 2 spells. It'll drop Vendetta to 0, and they'll still be able to backstab and finally deal with this magic carpet. But like you're saying, that only takes the one in terms of immediate board pressure. That only takes 1 attack off the board.
Right. And I mean, it's 1 damage that they probably are happy to take off the board, though, because this warlock deck is like death by 1,000 paper cuts, and they're gonna take every opportunity to take damage off the board that they can, because any minion that stays on board is liable to get that much more value out of Grim Rally, to get that much more value out of the Sea Giant. So they'll take it. They'll remove 1. Look
Actually, they're just going to go for the biggest Van Cleef in the world.
I absolutely love this. I absolutely love this. One of the reasons they didn't want to commit the Van Cleef earlier on is because the zoo traditionally has no way to deal with really, really big minions, and this is a really, really, really big Edward Van Cleef.
So they're now, all of a sudden, the zoo warlock has been put in a position where, I mean, and we can actually see that there's a life drinker in hand already. So there is 25 potential damage coming in.
Yeah. So I think what Imcon's going to want to do here is try to see if they can set up lethal for next turn. They're going to hope that Nordvin doesn't come up with 6 more damage off the top of the deck, or even holding it in hand, and they're just going to try and put as much power on this board as they possibly can. I think they're counting it up to see if they can do it. And I think they trade away the Joey, put down the Sea Giant, and then Grim Rally something. I think they can. I'm not that good at the math to do it that quickly, but pretty sure this is how they're going to try and salvage this game here. That's 11. That's 20 damage. So this is a counter lethal. Is if Nordvin does not find the other 6 damage, and I think they gotta go. I don't know that there's a way for them to draw any. They can't. There's no draw. They've got to generate a card off of the Hench Clan Burglar.
Yeah, and they're once again on.
But 6 damage for 2 mana.
Yeah, is there any way they can survive? They can Flash of Light to heal for 4 and draw, but I don't know if that's. Like I said, I haven't added up the board, but I don't think
not enough, because they'll have the Kobold Lackey does 2 damage out of hand. So.
And there's 2 Kobold Lackeys in hand right now.
Yeah, so
they're gonna do as much as they can. But
yeah, the Vendetta takes it down to 18 damage, which is still lethal.
Yeah, that's right. They have to play around 22. So does that mean this Van Cleef has to trade? I guess. Do you have the read? Do you have to play around the 22 damage that we can actually see? I
think they're gonna do it. They're hovering over the trade. Like, how bad does that feel? You set up this winning position with the.
Oh no, they're gonna heal their Van Cleef.
Oh, but that's fine though, because they traded.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Oh, this is such a stressful game.
But now there's still no way to remove the Van Cleef for Imcon though. So this Van Cleef still sticks. So MCon now again in the position where they can remove it, but now they can't win the race. Or, well, if they want to try to win the race, it's going to be a very risky gamble with 26 power on Nordavin's side of the board. Do they have 2 points of damage? Rogues tend to be pretty good at dealing 2 damage from handbills. So
yes.
that is a big risk, but I think MCon has to take it. I think they just have to go face and pray.
Yeah, try to get a couple more lackeys with their own evil genius, and if they can keep putting Nordavind in a position where they can't win the game, and as a result they have to keep sort of value. Wait, was that aimed at Van Cleef?
Yes, and I'm not sure what the play is, because they definitely don't have enough damage to clear it.
No, and just a quick note:
they got a Siphon Soul.
They got a Siphon Soul. Oh my god!
So that's the play. They're taking off the Hinge Clan Burglar to try to say, okay, not 2 but 6 damage. If you can't come up with 6 damage, which they didn't last turn, if they still don't have 6 damage off the top, we can win the game.
Wow.
Wow.
5. So for 5 mana you can generate 3 lackeys, but then you won't have enough mana to play all 3 lackeys.
Yeah. Now Nordavind looking to see what kind of lackey stuff they can put out. Life Drinker's only 3 damage. Miscreant Miscreant could technically produce 4.
And
you could get both of the Kobold lackeys that do 2 damage each, but it's still not lethal. And Nordavind still has to do something about this counter lethal situation, which I don't know that they can.
Yeah, I'm looking and I'm trying to think. Okay, so if you evil Miscreant and you get an evolve lackey, can you find a taunt that somehow keeps you alive? I can't think. It would have to be like an Blade Master with taunt somehow.
Because the 3 and 4 mana taunts are just not going to have enough life to protect you from the board state.
Right.
And, although the rush will allow them to make off with a trade off the Life Drinker, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, and that's still 12 damage, which means they have to trade with their gigantic Van Cleef again. This Warlock is just able to make it so that they must trade or die to the board. And now, just like you were talking about off that Ethereal Lackey, Siphon Soul can potentially just completely defuse this rogue deck.
And look at this. So Nordavind is from their position, they're thinking, okay, if they have Kobold Lackey, we're dead. The 2 damage that they need would be in hand. It's not the Kobold Lackey, it's the Witchy Lackey, which does a transformation effect. And it's
Injured Blade Master.
Wow.
Wow.
But that Siphon Soul that they picked up earlier allows them to finally clear the Van Cleef, and all of a sudden, this very, very tense situation has now been diffused, and Nordavind is up against the ropes with almost no way to deal 28 damage here.
They're gonna Blink Fox looking for
anything.
Hellfire? Even that doesn't clear the board.
What does 28 damage for 5 mana? What's that card is what they need.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
They could potentially, they could clear the board, right? If they had, but there's no way to clear the board from a Warlock card for 6 mana. So, man, this is rough. Yeah,
they're gonna. At this point, I just don't. The roll on that Injured Blade Master puts it out of range of any like Hellfire, which they can't play obviously because they would put them to 3 health,
right?
And that both Scarabs and the Injured Blade Master would survive.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you rip Myra's, you only have 3 mana left over, and I don't know what you could have Myra's into.
Right. No prep means no way to salvage that extra mana that they needed. And once again, Bills, MCon gets a win with the Zoolock.
There was a point at the beginning of that match where I was afraid that I had jinxed it by saying out loud that this Warlock had never. I thought I cast or cursed that deck. This deck refuses to be cursed. Did it?
No. Even though it's well in Rafam's wheelhouse to curse things, and he is not cursing his deck. But yeah, that Discover a spell, picking up the Siphon Soul, and then those very, very meticulous calculations and big risks on both sides of the board gave MCon just enough time to get off that Siphon Soul and kill the Van Cleef because they kept putting Nordovin in position where Van Cleef cannot go face. You must trade. You must trade or lose, and it gave them enough time to get off that Siphon Salt.
And it's always, you know, we were talking about how the last game was balanced. That was the rogue versus the hunter. Rogue decks, maybe it's just rogues versus decks, are always balanced on that incredibly thin razor's edge of can the rogue just turn up the heat? Can I turn up the heat this turn? Can I turn up the heat this turn? And every time Zoo's answer was no, you cannot.
Right. And it's interesting too because the class design has always, for Warlock, has always been managed risk, right? You know, can you discard enough cards to get the value out of the discard effects? Can you take enough damage to win the game without, you know, dying yourself, you know, because of the self-inflicted damage? So I do like the fact that Warlock has kind of realized that identity finally. But Imcon, now up 2-1, is going to be on that Cyclone Mage for at least one game, maybe two. And Nordovin says, all right, I'll see you a Cyclone Mage, and I'll raise you.
I'll raise you an additional Cyclone Mage. So we actually see... there's a couple of cards difference. These aren't card for card similar, the same list, because we actually see a single copy of Magic Dart Frog in Nordovin's list.
Wow, that is a card.
That is a card being played right now.
That is, you know, I was very excited for Magic Dart Frog, but it is because it gave me memories of Flame Waker, which is just one of the rudest cards I've ever been printed. But yeah, it is not quite the same. Although, you know, in combination with a Sorcerer's Apprentice and a Mana Cyclone and Elemental Invocation, like those three cards together, you can there are hands where you can play 6-7 spells with ease. So I can see why even with that volume of spells being played, Magic Dart Frog has some attractive value.
Yeah, the ability to sort of build your own Flame Strike over the course, and a lot of these super cheap spells that you're able to pull off of Magic Trick, especially in conjunction with Sorcerer's Apprentice, are a lot of Magic Missile-like effects, right? Between Arcane Missile, Cinder Storm, stuff like that. So the Dart Frog's ability to just sort of add a +1 to the board to all of those spells, it's there's some big turns that are made possible, but they don't want it every game, I guess, because they're only playing a single copy of the Magic Dart Frog.
Yep. Oh, and look at this, the Banana Buffoon coming off the top, which is going to allow them to play these bananas after a decently risky turn 2 Sorcerer's Apprentice. So they could build up this Apprentice and protect her from another ping to finish her off. I imagine they may hold that second banana for the Mana Cyclone, which they do. But yeah, that was a big risk, I think, for Nordovin that actually paid off.
Yeah, and their ability to go off as early as next turn with a Mana Cyclone just allows them to, you know, sort of already generate get the generation value of a bunch of spells off the Cyclone in the early game.
Yeah, and I would assume that was another Buffoon.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, this is a big setup coming up here for this for this Cyclone. Like it was exactly that. It was a calculated risk for Nordovin. They said, okay, if you don't clear this Sorcerer's Apprentice, there are a lot of ways where this can go very, very wrong. And one of them was top decking a Banana Buffoon and getting some bananas. And as we discussed, 10 is the number of bananas that you hold in your hand.
That is the most bananas.
But you can't generate that many bananas. But just think about 10 bananas in the hand, and that's it's about as if I come away with anything today, it's that visual.
I would definitely like for the next set, Blizzard, if you're listening. I know you're listening. So Blizzard, please, next set, Super Mukla, fill your hand with bananas.
Yeah, right. Like we did the what's the name of the hunter legendary that fills your hand with lynxes? Halazi.
Oh yeah, Halazi,
So
yeah, something like that.
We just need that, but King Mukla, and it's all right. So pretty good value generation here from the Mana Cyclone, giving 3 new cards. Blizzard is a big one to hit in this matchup because if you ever get a board of parity where you got giants versus giants, being able to freeze one side of the board is a big deal. Yeah. So that was a great result off of the Cyclone, I think.
And we actually see another card worthy of mention coming off that Cyclone is the Scorch, because it will cost 1 next turn. So if MCon's like, well, we have to start developing, they're going to get a 0 mana Scorch, if I'm not mistaken, that they can just use to try to keep ironclad control of this board for 0 mana. Then they can start cycling with Stargazer a little bit more freely.
Yeah, Stargazer Luna, not an always inclusion in these decks, but she does appear in some lists. And like you said, you can just start cycling through the deck if you keep top decking cheap stuff, especially if there's a Sorcerer's Apprentice already on board. And this hand from Imcon, it's not a bad hand as far as Cyclone Mage hands go, but the problem is they're actually under considerable amount of pressure from Nordavind. They're facing down 9 damage. That's like a 2-turn clock. So they have to actually start thinking about making some less than ideal plays, like a Mountain Giant coin into a Conjurer's Calling here. Or they're gonna coin into a mirror image.
Wait, they didn't have to coin. Do they have?
Do you think that? I wonder if that was like a misclick.
Were they
that felt?
Sorry.
I don't know what they're gonna do there. Oh, you know what? They may have made the same mistake I just made. I was thinking you can go coin into Conjurer's Calling, but they're only at 4 mana. They had to have been at 5.
Oh,
so
yeah, they
may have miscounted the mana.
Oh man, it's that rope puts on so much pressure. Okay, so these two mechanics actually don't interact the way I said last turn. Scorch is just set to 1. It's not set to 1 and then discounted.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yep. Still, 1 mana deal 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, and they may actually use that in combination with the bananas to clear the giant and lock out Imcon from duplicating that giant into more giants with the Conjurer's Call. So they're going to keep this pressure up going into next turn. So that was an unfortunate miscalculation on the part of Imcon potentially. And they do have stuff to do still. They still have giants. They still have Conjurer's Callings, but they're starting to run out of time.
Yeah, and Nordavind keeps playing around this singleton copy of Mind Control tech that MCon is both playing and has in their hand. And just, there's any situation where they can have a turn that they are happy with and have 3 minions on board, they have consistently gone for. And it's just made it so that, the MCon life total, like you said, is being under pressure. There's always enough threat that they feel like they have to play reactively. And one of the things you like to do to help swing a board, mind control tech something, right? Especially if you can grab like the Sorcerer's Apprentice. But it's just that door has remained shut this whole game.
Right. And, it comes from practice, knowing that, if you see MCT in a deck list, just don't put 4 minions on the board. Don't open yourself up to that possibility. There's no need, especially in this position where, Nordavind has Imcon on the 2-turn clock. There's no reason to put down another minion. It doesn't actually accelerate the game state in any way. So Imcon with no other great play to protect the face here, they're going to drop the Rabble Bouncer, and and this is just a speed bump, right? This doesn't even live next turn to get Conjurer's Call. This is just to buy some time.
Yeah, and it's actually put Nordavind in a kind of awkward situation. We were just talking about how, you prefer to not have 4 creatures on the board when the enemy list has mind control tech, but in this case, you would have to do something like basically play your Blizzard as 5 mana, deal 2, and then trade in your Sorcerer's Apprentice or something like that if you wanted to keep your entire board. But they're just going to stay consistent. They're going to trade in a Banana Buffoon, take the damage on their Sorcerer's Apprentice, and never ever let that mind control tech see play.
No Elemental Invocation into the hand for Imcon, but no Sorcerer's Apprentice, no Mana Cyclone. No great way to really to utilize this. Although Imcon did pick up a Frost Nova off of the Magic Trick last turn, so they do have the ability to give themselves another turn to try to draw into some kind of preventative, protective play. And that the second Mountain Giant is definitely part of that equation if they can try to draw into it. But 1 card out of 18, it's a slim chance, but they've got to do something to slow down this damage.
Yeah, I'm actually interested to see. I absolutely cannot leave this Sorcerer's Apprentice on the board. I'd say that 2 mana was spoken for from the very beginning of this turn. But their chosen line of development being the Banana Buffoon means that all of a sudden we can start seeing some shenanigans with Khadgar coming off the top and Conjurer's Calling in hand.
Yeah, this is gonna be big. They're not even worried about waiting for, you know, the giant to come down. The Rabble Bouncer is 7 mana naturally, and that's what gets duplicated off the Conjurer's Calling. So 4 7-mana minions for 3, that's a pretty good deal. And 4 shaman, or technically 2 shaman minions coming off the top. It's a very unusual result, but that's a hugely threatening board. Imkan is going to have to play that Frost Nova, or face the music in the coming turn.
Yeah, it's interesting how none of these creatures having any kind of effects, like taunt or lifesteal or anything, means that if you play mind control tech and you steal any of these minions, it kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah,
right?
not enough.
So once again, they've broken the 4 minions trend that they've been playing, but it's because they have lethal. They have
right.
The test is now put to MCon. Can you find a way to survive this? They're gonna go ahead and drop mind control tech Frost Nova, and that's gonna take up their whole turn.
Yeah,
and
so
actually they're gonna draw off Bogchamp, aren't they? Because they'll cast a Frost Nova, and it'll draw a potential minion, and potentially
they can even use a banana here to draw another one. Rabble Bouncers.
Oh, wait a minute.
I think that Frost Nova is still the play. I don't think you want to leave up that the Rabble Bouncer. But yeah, this is actually potential out for MCon. They could still be in this one.
Ziliax, another stabilizing force coming into the hand. You hate to have to leave up Khadgar, but really just didn't have any choice in the matter. And so we're going to see, I would assume, another Conjurer's Calling hit the board. And we'll see if there's any more stuff that we can find.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Khadgar's on the board, you may as well, get all of the value you possibly can out of it. And like you said, that there's really no way to play around the mind control tech once you have Khadgar Conjurer's Calling, because he's just always going to make 4 more minions. And that is literally the win condition of the deck. And they re-rolled the same minion again. Hagatha once again getting generated, and Flark. So 20/20 in stats bills for 3 mana. Hard to complain about that.
Yeah, that seems like a deal. 20/20 for 3. It seems pretty good. We see the Magic Dart Frog, the draw off of the Bog Shaper. And actually, we have an interesting interaction sort of problem now for Nordavind, where Spellbender doesn't work if your board is full.
Neither does Splitting Image.
So we have 2 secrets in play, neither of which. So there's a potential, if MCon is perfectly aware of how all the secrets work, but it makes it more difficult to test for stuff because these secrets cannot go off.
Yeah, and check this out. MCon top decked another Frost Nova. So they bought themselves another turn. So now, by utilizing the draw effect off of the Bog Shaper, they can actually start getting themselves down to that other Sea Giant. But these Mountain Giant, but these Sea Giants are going to come down for 0. The Rabble Bouncer and the Sea Giant both now, because this board is full. So Bills, they just played all that stuff. They've 0 mana.
Yeah,
0.
They're still sitting at 8 crystals out of 8. They haven't had to spend any mana yet. And in fact, do they have enough cards to where they could Sandbinder? No, they're going to go ahead and start Conjurer's Calling. And we might actually get to see this interaction again, where if you get, oh my god, Big Bad Archmage.
Wow, that is actually a card that was in some of these early variations of the Mage, and the other Sea Giant came down because it generates another minion, and it's another 10 mana target for Conjurer's Calling. So all of the sudden, Bills, just like that, out of nowhere, MCon now with the lethal threat, but that Blizzard that came off of the Mana Cyclone very, very early in this game, now gonna neutralize this board, and the board is full, Bills.
It is completely full.
14 minions, and they're all frozen.
Yeah, the board is completely full, and no one can move. They're actually thinking about pinging their own Khadgar.
or I think they were reaching over to ping the mind control tech, and then thought better of it, because if everything's frozen, you can't do anything.
Yeah, this is such a strange standoff.
This is how how much? This is got to be like well over 100 points of stats. Like this is they do pick their own
They're
Khadgar.
picking their own Khadgar, yeah.
Just to make room, right? Like this is crazy. But the first side of the board to unfreeze is Nordovend's side, so the MCon still is being asked the question, and I'm not even sure if they have another. Is there another Frost Nova? Or we've seen two, but I think one was generated.
Gosh, I wonder if this is one of those situations where now, as MCon, do you ping your own mind control tech in order to try to Conjurer's Calling into something?
Well, they're gonna utilize that Bog Shaper to continue drawing cards and also buff up their taunt. But I think they use two Frost Novas, but I think one of them came off of a generated effect.
Yeah, was one of them a Magic Trick Cyclone?
Yeah, Magic Trick or Mana Cyclone, one of the two. So I think there is still a Frost Nova in the deck, so they may try to draw into it here.
Yeah, because they definitely need that. Well, we see a Snap Freeze. They're actually going to Snap Freeze their own Bog Shaper and ping their own Mind Control tech.
There's Khadgar, but it's not useful here. They're actually looks like they're making room for the Mana Cycle or for the Sorcerer's Apprentice to try and cast more spells.
Oh, and we've seen this happen before. MCon just keeps putting themselves under the rope, and they are dead.
Oof. Yeah, neither of those cards were the Frost Nova they needed, so that is going to neutralize the series now, Bills. Game 5, here we go. MCon, one more try with the Mana Cyclone. Nordovend is going to be heading back to
their rogue.
Yeah,
so
this is interesting.
Man, I have not seen this particular construction of the rogue. Well, we were talking a little bit about the Novice Engineers, Spirits of the Shark, but no High Spear and Togwaggle, no Togwaggle scheme. Instead, topping out at Leroy Jenkins, Myra's Unstable Element, and Ziliax. Yeah. I have never seen this particular deck construction against the Cyclone Mage.
Well, I think that's the configuration you want. I don't think this is the kind of matchup where you're going to have time to get to a Togwaggle shenanigans turn, because once the Cyclone Mage hits like turn 7, turn 8, and just dumps 20 worth of stats on the board, you don't have time to get to the end of your deck anymore.
Oh,
so
man.
This is out of the two. If my two choices are Leroy Jenkins and Togwaggle, I want the Leroy Jenkins. However, this is, as we talked about, this is the newer version. This is the post-nerf version of the Lackey Rogue that does not have the Waggle Pick, does not have those cheap pirates to generate those really oppressive power turns in turn 4 and 5. So this is a much slower rogue deck. So does it have enough power? Does it have enough time to outrace the miracle turns from the mage? That's the key question here.
Yeah, and we actually see along the tech choices inside this particular version of Cyclone Mage, the MCon version is running a single copy of Polymorph, just in case there is, Edwin Van Cleef has been stealing games since his inception about 150 years ago. There is a single copy of Polymorph available to the MCon Mage just naturally, not to mention everything that comes off Mana Cyclone generation.
And you notice that MCon off of the Magic Trick went for the Frostbolt again, utilizing the freeze effect. They recognize that the threat in this rogue deck is Edwin Van Cleef. Everything else is lackey shenanigans and incremental damage. So they're gonna look for every opportunity they have to stave off the huge the 22 Van Cleef potential that they almost got beat by just 2 games ago.
Yeah, and we actually see 2 parts of that combo already in hand for Team Nordovend. For this turn, obviously last game we saw the Nordovend's Tempo Sorcerer's Apprentice actually get them off to quite a strong start. However, against the Rogue, especially when they already have a 1/1 on board, possibility of hero power next turn, Tempo Sorcerer's Apprentices, I would be very surprised to see that come in this turn.
Yeah, no, the Cyclone Mage versus the more aggressive decks likes to go for really, really big Cyclone turns. So they'll tend to hold the Sorcerer's Apprentice and wait out for the Mana Cyclone to hit the hand. That way they can just generate just a ton of weird stuff and then keep the hand full for potential mountain giant, in future turns. But nope, it doesn't apply any, or usually doesn't apply any pressure in the early game. So Nordvin has a little bit of time to use these novice engineers to draw and kind of handcraft a little bit, but they can't do it forever. Like the longer you give the Cyclone Mage, the higher risk you run of just getting blown out by quad giants off of Khadgar.
Wow, Van Cleef, coin Shadow Step Van Cleef. So here it
Wow.
is. We were talking about it at the very top of this particular game. And actually, we're going to see MCon get rewarded for their choice of freeze effect, like you were talking about having a Frostbolt available to just slow this Van Cleef down while they look for other potential answers.
Right. Yeah. The big one's going to be the polymorph. And they have in hand. They actually have 4 freezes. They've got Ray of Frost, which is a twin spell, so they'll get it twice. You've got the Frost Bolt, and if they feel like they really absolutely have to, they can burn the Frost Nova as well. So
Yeah.
MCon has time, and it's not going to cost them a ton of material out of hand to keep that Van Cleef at bay while they try to build a solution to the game, either by answering Van Cleef or just creating a huge board of stuff for themselves.
Do you think there's ever a world where you Frostbolt double Ray of Frost this turn, just to set him all the way down to, because that would be 3, 4, that'd be 7 damage to the Van Cleef. But you would burn so many of your resources to do so.
Yeah, that seems like a really big commitment. But you know what? I think that's what they're doing. They say this is it. Why freeze it over 3 turns to look for an answer when we have an answer in hand?
And they're actually, I guess, and they probably feel a little bit better doing this because they saw Rogue burn 3 or 4 cards to get this Van Cleef set up. So them,
Right.
Mage burning 3 or 4 cards to take care of it, it's at least some parity. It's not like they're falling way behind on card economy.
And Nordvin was in the same position they were in last game, where they weren't under any pressure and they went for Spirit of the Shark, and they almost got the payoff from the big Van Cleef, but this time they go for the Hinge Clan Burglar.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and pick up a Slam. Even more cycle. They've made it pretty clear that they would like to cycle through their deck. They would like their deck velocity to be very high, and Slam definitely synergizes with that.
Right, and I would imagine that the Hinge Clan Burglar was probably just a nod to the fact that that Nordvin wants to be the aggressor in this matchup. They don't want to play defense. They don't want to give MCon any more time than absolutely necessary. So just getting that 4/3 body on board probably had a decent amount of value for them.
Mm-hmm. And so we're going to go ahead and see what looks like another cycle turn coming up for Nordvin. They find their second Spirit of the Shark. Yeah.
Mm.
And
but of course now they're out of mana though, so the Slam is just going to be used as plain removal and get that Buffoon and protect the Hinge Clan Burglar to start getting some consistent damage on the board.
Yeah, and that's actually, if they can consistently get this Hinge Clan Burglar to help control the board and help chipping away at the life total of the mage. We've seen that Rogue can find ways to deal a lot of burst damage, either utilizing their board or even straight out of their hand. Not as much as the old raiding party waggle pick lists, but still, they have some choices available, and they're going to continue to keep the board clear on the mage's side and keep. This guy's gotten in for 8 now, Hinge Clan Burglar.
Yeah. And this game just got really interesting, Bills, because last turn they top decked the Mana Cyclone, and they've been holding that Sork Apprentice, and they got a bunch of cheap stuff in hand. So it is about to get lit for MCon.
They definitely have the ability to just go all the way off this turn if they want to. And I'm actually surprised they haven't gotten started. We've seen MCon just get sort of blindsided by the rope over and over again. And on miracle style turns, if you've decided that this is the turn to go for a miracle style turn, you got to start at the beginning of your turn to give you a chance to assess all of the options the game will throw at you and let all the animations play. That they haven't started yet makes me think that maybe they're thinking about Rabble Bouncer this turn, or
maybe so. Yeah, I mean, they did just see an Eviscerate, so they may maybe feel comfortable putting the 7 health in front of the Hinge Clan. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like when you have a miracle style hand where you have to play a bunch of cards and get a bunch of random effects and see what happens, you don't want to sit there and think about it. If you've ever played Miracle Rogue, you know, from any of its iterations, from even very early on in the game's life, you just rip it. Like within the first 2 seconds of your turn, you slam the auctioneer and go. But here, the Spirit of the Shark actually adding a good bit of pressure, thanks to the double battle cry, making the Life Drinker do 6 damage. That was a fireball coming off the top.
It's the 4-mana fireball and heal for 6, and you get a 3/3 beast on board.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. And then this evil miscreant is combo draw 4 lackeys.
Yeah, that's just a ton of value. This is why Spirit of the Shark has become part of the more regular builds. Oh, Magic Trick coming into hand as well. This
is the turn, right?
This is it right here. It's time. And this is the kind of thing where you just kind of buckle your seatbelt and wait for the magic to happen, and then you're just gonna start ripping spells. Yeah, missiles would be great here. Research project's not terrible.
The icicle will probably work if they're gonna commit their Nova this turn.
Oh, that's true.
If they even want to draw a card, because it is just deal 2 damage, so that will actually kill the Hench Clan lackey, or the Hench Clan burglar. Sorry.
Yeah, and Bananas coming in to enable some trades. Frost Nova to keep the board tidy. Icicle's going to draw. And they may have to go for the Cyclone now. Yeah, because no other spells came off the top. And they got, look at this, Blizzard, Cinderstorm, Arcane Missiles, Kona Cold, Book of Specters. That was a fantastic result. These are some great spells to have for the mage.
I meant to ask you, how is it? They printed an entire card named after you in the Cinderstorm.
They did.
That's pretty cool, right?
I got my own storm. I was a little bit happy about that. Yeah. So that this is Nordovin's not under any pressure here. They have not seen any giants. They haven't seen any duplication from Conjurer's Calling. So they kind of have time to try to assemble a lethal solution here. Eviscerate, definitely tempting, but there's one of the things about Mana Cyclone is you don't know, right? They just got 5 cards and you have no idea what they are. They could be anything, and you can no longer play around anything because there's 5 more cards that you cannot account for in the deck list. Yeah,
they have access to potentially everything, and it's the same kind of thing like we were talking about during that Secret Hunter game, where when secrets are played or they're generated or the enemy list has a lot of secrets, it gets more and more difficult to play around specific cards. We're going to see some incredible value come off the Spirit of the Shark with double Discover, double deal 2. Got to pick fast. The rope cuts both ways, Cinder.
Betrayal's excellent in this matchup because it'll kill giants and giant buddies that are next to them.
Yeah.
Whoa,
one of the few ways you can sort of reach over. Obviously, Rogue has several ways to do so, but it's one of the ways that you can actually reach through taunts and kill a Khadgar that's hidden behind 16 or 24 health worth of taunts.
Yeah, and MCon sitting on a sea giant still. At some point they're going to want to pull the trigger on this and try to generate some power. It's turn 9 already. They still haven't made any forward progress in a game plan here. They've been playing pure defense so far, and Nordovin utilizing that time to do it, and not to totally ignore the fact, Bills, but some of the discoveries they picked up on the last turn, academic espionage, and they have mirrors in hand. They could academic and then draw everything, or they could draw everything and then academic and get a bunch of 1-mana stuff. So like there's some big plays available here for Nordovin.
And speaking of big plays, that Conjurer's Calling rips a Mulch Muncher and a Mechathune.
That is a fantastic result, and so that Betrayal gonna pay off immediately, and then I imagine Sap's just gonna send Mechathune to the hand.
Yeah, and it's actually one of those both teams have now been put in this position where they've both discovered so much, okay? Because that Betrayal was one of 4 generated spells off a single lackey,
right?
And how do you play around Ethereal Lackey potentially offering them Betrayal and then they pick it? You can't.
Exactly. Like this is one of the things about like the meta right now is that there are a number of RNG effects, random effects that can make or break a game, but it's not like the truly random craziness like Yogg was, right? This is like controlled chaos to an extent. Like you kind of know the range of the results, but you don't know the exact results.
Yeah, that's a great point because you know at least you only have to play around rogue spells, not like not like well, there's a possibility. Well, although Henchclan Burglar throws a little bit of a wrench in that, but for the most part, you only have to play around mage spells if you're the rogue, and you only have to play around rogue spells if you're the mage, with one or two exceptions. Until this academic espionage hits the field, then all bets are off.
Right, but that eviscerate had been hanging out in hand along with Leroy for a burst of 10 for quite a while, and Nordvin deploying half of it and setting up a lethal position here for MCon, and MCon has to answer this in some way, and they do still have the blizzard that came off the mana cyclone, so they could stave off lethal as long as Nordvin does not come up with 2 damage, but we've said that before. Rogue's real good at dealing 2 damage.
Yeah, and if this Spirit of the Shark survives, which I strongly doubt that it will, getting additional rolls, because obviously Rogue has a lot of ways to deal 2 damage, but then there's always the possibility of, you find a blue scale warrior. What's the little charging Murloc guy, the 2 mana 2/1 that can come off Faceless Lackey and potentially
the bluegill.
Bluegill warrior. That's the one. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and see. There's a discard. Discard a mirror. Discard a Conjurer's Calling. Found a Sea Giant. That's going to hit the board.
That's real good though, and they can Blizzard, but not enough mana to split that with the Conjurer's Calling. So the mirror image will save them from Leroy plus stuff to finish the game. So Nordvin has to consider how they're going to set up a new lethal position, a new lethal solution, while also not dying to this giant producing stuff next turn. Look at this. That is a weird roll. A mana reservoir. I don't think I've ever seen this card hit the board, Bills.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I've seen it off of maybe an evolve effect. So the spell damage +1 obviously doesn't do anything right now. It does have the possibility of boosting up a second Eviscerate, for example. But for the time being,
just become a 3 mana, which is not bad.
Same number of stats, interestingly. Just trading 2 of that health into 2 attack.
Yeah, that's a much needed upgrade, I think, for Nordvin. Nordvin still has 5 mana here to work with. They got to consider how they're going to do it. Oh, Stolen Steel, actually, to draw a weapon.
Let's find a Sulthraze or a Doomhammer.
Doomhammer. not enough mana to play it, though.
Gosh,
so they have to go with one of the other 2, yeah.
Oh, or Mysterious Blade, interesting.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Yeah, they just want to punch through one of the 2 mirror images. And then the Kobold Lackey could have done the other 2, but I guess they're gonna hold that potential face damage next turn.
Oh, true.
Not dead yet, but
so now they're gonna have to figure out how to ration out the remainder of their spells. Conjurer's Calling. Of course, you want to hit Sea Giant to give you really, really big stuff. I wouldn't be surprised to see. Oh gosh, do you have time to try to do like a control the board kind of play, or is it time to start?
I think they can do MCT plus Cone of Colds plus a trade from the Cyclone to totally neutralize Nordvin's side of the board, and then send in that giant, and they'll have just enough mana for the Conjurer's Calling.
So I guess that's where my question is: do you send this giant face, or do you trade with it first and then Cone of Cold and still have enough mana to Conjurer's Calling?
Nah, I like you trade with the Cyclone here and send in that 8. So now they can Conjurer's Call. They've got.
They still can Conjurer's Calling, yeah. So they need to Conjurer's Call. They need to figure out which mana slot has the highest chance of a taunt.
Right, because they have to respect the Leroy. They know Leroy is a thing, and that's gonna be it. MCon held on so closely, Bills, but in the end, Nordvin gonna secure the 3-2 and move on into the final match. Nordvin will be awaiting the winner of the Epic Esports versus Helsinki Reds semifinal. Nordvin continuing their march
Yeah.
as the top seeded team in this season 2, going into the finals. Amazing stuff here, Bill.
And they've continued to dodge that thing you were talking about before the match started. Nordavind is one of the very few teams that was sort of top seeded winner's side to make it this far. They hang on. They hang on by the skin of their teeth there, making it into a 3-2 series. And I want to bring it back, and I'm actually really interested to hear what the analysts will have to say about that very first Hunter versus Mage game where Nordavind found the win, and MCon got roped out of being able to attack with that Wyvern. Could the whole series have changed trajectory if that one turn was different?
Yeah, let's ask the analyst. We'll shoot it over to you guys. Let's hear about this series we just saw.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Delda now as well as Dan. So what did you guys think of the series? Do you have anything to say on that Hunter match, or which do you think was really the key match in this series?
Yeah,
we can start with you, Delta.
There was a lot of key moments in this set that could have swung both ways. You saw like the Mage Mirror where Nordavind came out on top due to excellent play and really utilizing the resources the whole way through. And of course, Conjurer's Calling and stuff like that. It looked like MCon had the upper hand with like Conjurer's Calling Giant, but things wanted to happen otherwise.
I really like the way that Nordavind played that Spell Mage Mirror. I think like when you're in that situation where you're not on the coin, and you have to kind of make the best of it, right? Because usually being on the coin is so advantageous for the Mountain Giant players, but they played it really well, playing proactively with that Sorcerer's Apprentice. And I think that really highlighted their understanding of the matchup. So Den, do you think there was any particular game that you enjoyed watching, or any particular comments you have on any of the players' choices in the games?
I felt like the zoo against Rogue was extremely complicated to follow and to understand, because like the Van Cleave being huge, you just expect for the Rogue to win. But I think they navigated that very, very well, and they found a way to make, I think it was a 22-22, not that impactful in the end, and find the win. But I think that they lost a lot of games with the Mage. I think they lost 2. And it feels like their lineup was targeting Mage. And this is, I feel, kind of the problem right now with the list of Cyclone Mages. The deck is so good that maybe you don't even need to tech, and you just need to play the deck like at a very, very high level and just know your matchups more than trying to tech them to do something specific. And I think, as Delta said, like Nordavind just looking more solid on this Mage is what got them the win in the series in the end.
Yeah, I think with the popularity of Mage in this top 4, we might definitely see a situation where like the skill on those Mage Mirrors is really going to show, like we saw in this series. So, I mean, I think that Edwin you spoke about also was really interesting. I mean, I think the MCon, props to them for navigating that as well as they did. Like going wide against the Edwin really seemed to work very well for them. Would you guys say that with the Helsinki Reds and Epic Esports game coming up after this, do you think Nordavind will be maybe the favorites versus whoever wins that game? Based on the way they've been playing so far in this series, in this tournament at least.
Well, I always put Nordavind as my favorite. They're like my Norwegian team, even though they have a wide roster where questionable players, that's I haven't talked about earlier, but they have like a really solid roster in general, including one of their players is actually the world champion, and I think it really shows that they have a fair amount of experience in between all the players in a lot of different styles. They managed to really conjure really good lineups in this Conquest format.
Yeah, and
I feel like
go ahead.
No, just the other semifinal. I actually like both teams. Is like yesterday the series between Epic and Attic Mode was probably the highest level one we've seen from all the quarterfinals. And I just honestly just like the players from Helsinki Reds. Like, I think they all brought decks that they're kind of famous for. Like, Janetsky was seen as one of the best token druid players for a very, very long time. Zump is a very, very respected control player. I mean, I still remember his DreamHack Winter that he won, piloting a controlled Warlock that was like out of space. He brought a new build that nobody saw. Like he put in Saranites in it and everything. So I think it's impossible to put Nordawind as underdog, but maybe it's also hard to put them as like clear favorites when we see the level at which the other teams played yesterday.
Yeah, well, they were Nordawind were definitely able to overcome that kind of matchup disadvantage we spoke about before the series and take the win here. But we're gonna have to wait for the next series before we can see who they're going to be facing in the grand finals. And once again, that next series is going to be Epic Esports versus Helsinki Reds. So don't go too far. We'll be back again soon for the second semifinal. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this EU House Rivalries second semi-final. We have Helsinki Reds coming up against Epic Esports here, and I'm joined by Dollar Bills and Cinder Ascendant. So these two games are going to be very interesting. We have both teams having really interesting lineups. So, Cinder, do you want to tell us a little bit about Epic's lineup?
Yeah, Helsinki has what I would think is a very tier one lineup. It's just the good decks right now. Epic Esports has gone all in on a control strategy, and it may even have a more specific strategy. But let's talk about the decks for a second. We have the Cyclone Mage, Control Shaman, which is very rare right now. Holy Wrath Paladin and a Control Warrior, not a Bomb Warrior, but just a straight up Control Warrior with a full in-game package with Elysiana, Geppetto, Faceless Manipulators, Barista Lynch, and the whole shebang. But
Yeah.
as we were talking about in the pregame, this is a lineup that could very well be targeting Cyclone Mage. As we've seen, so every team has been taking Cyclone Mage. It's a very popular deck right now, and if in the Holy Wrath Paladin is kind of the key indicator here that they're trying to target the mages, because the Holy Wrath combo may or may not be able to combo down a warrior because of the armor gain, but it can definitely combo down a mage if it takes too long to get to a big giant's turn. So we'd be interested to see if they can corner the mage from Helsinki.
Yeah, so Dollar Bills, it seems that Helsinki do have the mage in their lineup, but what else do they have in their lineup, and what do you think of it?
Yeah, so we actually see, just like Cinder was saying, we're just seeing a lot of good decks, right? The token Druid has been a pretty popular fourth deck for a lot of teams for quite a while, and it took no hits over the course of the previous nerf. They weren't playing Elysiana, and they were playing no rogue cards, so they did not take they did not take any damage in that particular round of nerfs. We're also seeing their mid range hunter was banned, so we don't have to worry about that. And then a more I would say like a more standard warrior. We see both Clockwork Goblins, both Augmented Elix, and both French Calibers in the Helsinki Reds list, which is some of the Clockwork Goblins and the Elix were some of the cuts that Epic Esports had to make in order to fit in their double faceless manipulator, still playing a Baleful Banker tech choices. And so I think one of the matchups I'm going to be really interested to see is if the Druid, how the Druid is going to win. Specifically, and I think its best matchup might be against maybe this Paladin deck, because sometimes the Paladin can struggle to find its early board control cards early enough to control a board against a deck that has the potential explosive power of this Druid.
Yeah, and if you can't find those Pyromancers, sometimes you can really struggle. But there could be some really interesting games. So we had the Shaman banned for Epic Esports, and as you mentioned, the Midrange Hunter banned for the Midrange Hunter of Helsinki Reds that was banned. So I think we're almost ready to throw it over to the casters for this series, which is going to be Delda and Den. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Dib. It's going to be great casting this series between Epic and Helsinki Reds. Me and Den is going to guide you through the games going forward here. What do you think about the lineups, then?
I think we're in for a fairly long series if the matchups line up the way we think, where there could be a warrior mirror and there's a control warrior in there. But I really like the lineups themselves. Like, both teams really brought something that they're kind of known they're good for. Janetsky is really known for Token Druid. Epic Esports is really known for building like combo control lineups. So they went with their strength. So we should see some really good quality gameplay.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing. Like from Helsinki Reds, as they said, Anders touched upon. It's like these are safe, good decks. Just bring the good stuff, and that's a valid strategy in Conquest. While Epic Esports has gone like basically a haymaker of decks there. I know Explain is like a deck builder without basically no one is as crazy as he is in the deck building format, and he's just built this weird warrior after Elysiana nerfs to just be a super controller. You see like double mind control tech, you see Barista Lynch, and you see like all these control cards, bar Super Collider. But it's going to be interesting to see how Helsinki Reds will be able to attack these kinds of decks, because they might not have that much experience fighting warrior like this.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting, and I think that what's gonna be really important is the macro lines, like how do they approach the matchup, and what do they think about these matchups? Because I feel like there's a lot of room for choices, like purely like choices of matchup and how you're comfortable playing it. And this is going to give us a ton of stuff to discuss about.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward. Like, this is Conquest, so it's completely different than what we see usually, which is Specialist nowadays. So queuing order and stuff like that is also something you have to take in consideration.
Yes, like it's
there's a
Conquest. There's
certain
also
matchup
something that that a lot of, I heard a lot of players kind of talk about. It's the fact that Conquest is not really represented right now, and a lot of players have to grind these open cups, and they're playing specialists. So, how much experience of Conquest do they still have? Like, how much training do they get in with these lineups while you have to play open cups and all this kind of stuff on the side?
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see how well they prepared. Because, well, yes, Conquest has been the dominating format for so long. We know that, but there's been an expansion, and now it's just been a patch. And a lot of these players are still, as you said, grinding open cups and have to find time to really refine their Conquest lineup as well. But I think both teams has done a great job. They've been shown by being in the top 4, and will be great to see here. And we see now, though, for Helsinki Red starting out with this Druid and facing off versus Epic Esports Warrior, which is a matchup I would say the Warrior really likes to face.
Well, it's gonna be hard to actually find a matchup that the Warrior doesn't really like for Epic, because it feels like there's everything in this Warrior. Like, he has hard techs, he has defensive tools, he has fatigue tools. So I think it's really gonna come down to how does the deck draw. But I think if it draws well, it's really, really hard to beat this Warrior.
Yeah, this you need something like the Dragon Conjurer's Mage, I guess, could be something, because you have forgone stuff like Super Colliders that could be really good to target it, so like Mech Death Rattle Hunter, but loses to everything except Warrior. So there's a lot of stuff here going on, and we see now the early starts here. There's not that much going on for the Druid here in hand.
Yeah, and also the Warrior getting that 1-3 Eternium Rover on board early in the game is gonna give him like a ton of time. You just trade, accumulate armor. This gives you so much flexibility for the rest of the game. This card is so important to have early on.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how he goes. Like, Druid, in their sense, like, they go wide and then they buff up stuff and then they just kill you with like Savage Roar and stuff like that. But if they don't draw their minions, or they don't have access to their buffs, they can both fail. You need to have both. Or if, like you said, the Warrior, even though the turning rover is a 1-3, a 1-3 cleans up all the early board from Token Druid, and then just stuck there with subpar options.
Yes, like it does like kind of the double effect. Like, first, it makes it that the Druid doesn't want to play stuff. It's like suddenly you're like, all of my plays are pretty bad, so I don't want to play things. But at the same time, you have to, because you need to get this 1-3 off the board. So it's kind of a choice between like sacrificing things and giving Warrior some armor, or just not playing, which is totally impossible to do in this matchup.
Yeah, seeing here though, going with the turn 4 Whispering Wood for 5 Wisp. Epic Esports has the answer in the Warpath, but they're really considering if it's necessary to actually use it now, because they're going to remove 2 of them with just the weapon and the hit, and has saved the Warpath, because the Warpath is a really good resource to clear out like more sticky boards later on.
It's also one of the best answers in the game to Soul of the Forest, because Warpath being sequenced one after another, you can clear the Death Rattle from Soul of the Forest. So I think this is premium removal in this matchup, and they're totally right not to use it right now.
So Helsinki Reds there though, there's a lot of buffs going on, but not a lot of.
It's a lot of support cards, like a lot of cards that you want to use when you're already like in control of the game, which they're for now very far from accomplishing.
And we see also there's answer from the other side in form of brawls, warpaths. There's also a shield slam if you go tall. So there's a lot of like options here.
Yeah, the Warriors definitely control here, and at the same time, they kind of see that Geppetto and Barista, so they can defend, but also if the druid like slows down, he's also gonna fall into a trap where the Warrior's gonna be able to take kind of a value game plan and totally outpace them. I kind of like this solo forest. Like they realize they have to go.
Yeah, having to go is never what you want to be forced into, but this also sets up for like a little bit more damage because they need a lot of damage going forward.
Yes, like especially against Warrior. Like in most matchups, sometimes you win without dealing a single damage, and you get that Forest Aids or the Wisps like later in the game, and you can just get a roar on it or like double blessing of the Ancients, something like that. But against Warrior, you're not gonna have to deal 30 damage during the game. It's gonna be closer to 50, and that means you need constant pressure, breaking the armor, setting up some situations. Like the matchup is much more complicated than against other classes.
And here we see the Barista Lynchon coming down and using its battle cry to give you another Omega Devastator that you tempoed out just to contest the board, but now you have the opportunity to actually either play it on 10 if you need to. Even though
it's just gonna smoothen out the curve. It's like turn 6, Omega Hero Power. I mean, Yeti's turns after turns are actually pretty good minions.
Yeah, and seeing on the list from Helsinki Reds here, there's no like big minions like the Scribe or something like that could be actually be targets for this Omega Devastator. You can just play it out as a token removal.
I mean, even if there is, I'm pretty sure you would just jam it as tempo because the amount of work that the minion does, like a 4/5 usually does 2, maybe 3 trades against Token Druid, and it just keeps you in the game and makes you able to not use your Warpath and Brawls too early.
Now though, picking up this Militia Commander also gave you the option to rush into something and be able to clear it even more if that may be.
Yeah, and these are the turns where you have to decide, like, do we want to be aggressive on board? Do we just want to keep, like, developing 4/5 because we're at 29? So, this seems like just a small decision, but this is actually, like, talking about game plan, managing resources, and a lot of different things.
Yeah, because one of the traps that the warrior can fall into is like, well, I'm so favored here, I can just spend my resources. But if you do that, you might get stuck with a hand that just doesn't give you enough. That just doesn't give you the resources you need.
And also they know like this Token Druid like curves out at 4, except for one card, which is the Forest Aid, which I have 2 copies of. And you have to respect that card. Like this card is really, really impactful in most matchups if it goes long. Like one card is like 10 2/2s, and if they get both copies, it's 20 2/2s. This is a lot of things to kill.
Even playing the banker here for having some
you
more.
get a Militia in the deck. Militia is a very good minion against Token Druid, I feel.
Yeah, Militia Commander is basically taking down all the minions that the Druid can.
Yeah, and also like the reason why this card is so good in the matchup is that against most matchup, you play it, it kills something, and then it kind of dies because the 2 attack is not impactful enough. But actually, Token Druid has a lot of 2/2s. Like 2/2 might be the most common body of a minion in Token Druid. So Militia Commander usually takes 2 trades because even after she lost her 5 attack, she can still kill something from Token Druid.
Let's see.
Now though, for Helsinki Reds, they're contemplating whether or not to use this swipe to wrestle back some of the board because they've been behind on board the whole game, and the warrior just been playing to the best that they can. Here we see though, with the swipe, with spell power, being able to. This Loti is really good as well because it's so flexible, and like using it for spell power is not that common, but like right here it was just perfect.
Yeah, Loti is the kind of card that kind of took a really long time to find a spot in the metagame. And not a lot of people actually saw it in Token Droid when it first came out. But now, the fact that the card is really, really flexible gives Token Druid this possibility of sometimes like taking his time, finding a clear like they just did, or something like that. So the card
Yeah,
really
and
has.
for instance, in more aggressive matchups or versus all the token druids, you can play it down as a taunt and buff it up, and then it becomes a hassle to deal with. There's a lot of options there. Even rushing down key minion can be really important there.
Yeah, it can be used as a lot of things.
But here though, like there is a semi-clean Dynamatic here. Only leaves a 2/2 on board if they want to do that. There's also the possibilities to just play something out for tempo, but they're trying to really find the optimal lines there. Using the Dynamatic seems like a fine play. They would be expecting something like the Forest State coming down because the hand from the Druid has been so slow. Nothing has been played. Meaning that if they're good at hand reading, they would know that, well, this is most likely just a bunch of buffs or the Forest State.
Yeah, and this is where like the matchup is gonna get like really important for the warrior, because this board, even 26 health is a lot, but if you look at the hand, like double Savage Roar can go up to like 40 or 50 damage very easily with the Forest State.
What now?
Yeah. So what removal do you use? Do you use the Warpath or do you use the Brawl? Both are excellent at removing tons of minions, but comes down to what you prefer to have. Like the Warpath goes well with like playing that Omega Devastator as well.
Yeah, and you get to keep a 3/2 on the board while it's most likely gonna die on the Brawl.
Yeah.
You have seen one Soul of the Forest, so
not that
maybe
good,
you
I
can afford to use the Warpath and will. So you get a 4/5 and a 3/2 extra. So I feel like this is the best on-board play. They could get punished if their opponent tapped like Soul of the Forest very quickly, but for now I feel like based on just the situation, this looked like the best play.
It's landscaping, that's not Soul Forest. Might see the second Forest Aid coming out there just to set something up, but there's also a possibility to just go Dreammake Guardian, landscaping, just make a decent sized board. Like the biggest board is of course Forest Aid.
Well, actually, the biggest board is Landscaping, Dream Away, and Mark
And
Galoa,
yeah.
because you get 6 minions instead of 5. But you use a lot of resources compared to the Forest Aid, and also your opponent knows that there's a Forest Aid in your hand because it's a twin spell, so they have information that what one card is. The only thing I'm not sure about in this hand, in this play, is the fact that now your hand is like pretty known to your opponent. Like you just use 3 cards to generate almost the same thing as one your opponent had information about.
Yeah. And also for Epic Esports as well, since they know that Forest State is in hand, they could really, well, we need to save this Brawl. Picking up that Dynamatic though is huge. It might be able to just pick off a couple more minions here and not be afraid of anything. You can even use the Shield Slam for something, because you see in like the one buff that actually makes the minion become a little bit big is Mark of the Loa. That is gone.
That actually could be like a really, really interesting reasoning from the Reds. They're like, they know we have the Forest Aid, so even if they brawl, they're gonna hold it. So they're gonna leave some minions, and we're gonna punish them with double Savage Ward. That's a possibility.
This Geppetto though, pulling this is 3 minions on board with the 1 Savage Roar. This is 16. No,
Every
14.
Savage Ward is 8, so it's 16, 19, 20, 22, 23. I think they have lethal with the
Yeah,
swipe.
with
That's
swipe.
exactly 26. Holy
Double
cow.
Savage Roar swipe just finishes off this game.
We were talking about how much ahead the warrior was because he controlled the game for so long, but in the end, the Reds finding lethal with that very explosive finish, like double Savage Roar and
swipe top tech there, yeah.
I'm pretty sure like Epic Esports didn't expect to look targeting Token Droid with their lineup. It feels like all their decks have an okay matchup against it, but it clearly doesn't feel as their target when you look at their decks. So I don't know if they're that mad at it, but I feel like this is a matchup the Warrior still wants to win.
Yeah, the Warriors should win this, and that, like, in the end there, they played the Geppetto. We're a little bit greedy, I would say, on the removal.
Yeah, but exactly as you pointed out, like, maybe it's the fact that their opponent knew there's a Forest Aid, we need to keep our Brawl for that, so let's play to the best we can without committing Brawl, and they got punished for it. Like,
yeah,
maybe this is exactly what the Reds wanted.
They could still also do like a dynamatic play and probably remove a little bit more, but yeah, there was a combination of 3 cards where one of the swipes were already used that would actually kill them. So
yeah, I totally agree that this is unlikely to happen, and this is maybe what exactly like the Reds were planning on. Like, I don't know how much planning went into this, and they probably didn't expect the Geppetto into MC Tech or stuff like that, but the end result was, I have to say, very impressive.
Yeah.
And now we jumped into the Mage from the Reds against the exact same Warrior, which a lot of people, like in the casters team, we discussed about it. Some said this Warrior is good for Mage because double MC Tech, and the Faceless is actually good against Giant. I personally don't agree. I think you can't afford to Faceless a Giant if it means you're going to leave it on board, because the Mage has bananas to trade, he has cards that actually abuse the Giant. But what's your opinion on this?
Well, the plan with the Faceless, I guess, versus Giant is to Faceless and Shield Slam or something on the same turn.
Yeah, but that means you can't build armor at the same turn. Like, usually you keep Shield Block for the exact same turn that you want to Shield Slam, because Mage can break the armor. Yeah. It's really hard to actually have 8 armor stored and be able to do, like, Faceless Shield Slam.
Oh, seeing an aggressive Omega Assembly here, because looks like Epic wants to take this to a shorter game, basically, by using the Omega Assembly earlier. Less resources later, but more resources now.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, because when you look at the Mage from the Reds, they don't have that much of an aggressive build. I mean, they run double Frost Nova, so you could argue, like, they run Snap Freeze too, which are fairly bad cards against Warriors. So you could argue that the game is not gonna go that short, but I guess that's the way they played the matchup. It was like, as we said, like, this series will come down on a lot of like personal visions of how to play a matchup correctly or not.
Yeah, and I'm not that familiar with the Epic Esports variant of this, with like Faceless Manipulators versus Lynch, and if that's more of a game plan that you just can go super aggressive and just win off of that. Because looking at Helsinki Reds, though, they don't have no Astromancers. They're sitting with Mountain Giant, Sea Giant, 1 Rabble Bouncer, 1 Archmage Antonidas, and the Twilight Ray. That's like the big minions. Rest is just weenie stuff.
Yeah,
of course, the Mana Cyclone can get some, and of course Antonidas can do stuff, but
yeah, it's pretty much it's Antonidas, 4 Giants, and a Drake, kind of. They're not running the Ravens that could give more resources, as you said. No Astromancers. I mean, the worst for Epic would be Mana Cyclone giving like Powers of Creations or things like that. Yeah. Maybe Astral Rift. I've seen Astral Rift do a lot of very, very good things in this matchup.
Yeah, just giving 2 extra threats can be really huge. Of course, you can whiff and get wisps, but most likely you will get like some mid-rangey minion.
And at worst, you just fill your hand for Mountain Giant.
Yeah.
And now Drake, because they're playing 1 copy of Twilight Drake.
Yeah, as a mid-sized minion when you don't draw your Giant.
Yeah. I think the tech. Well, I'll call Twilight Drake a tech, even though I think it's a really smart inclusion, considering you're playing a deck that wants to be at a full hand all the time. But I think it comes from Anterace this week in Grandmasters. At least he was the first guy that I saw using it. Maybe other players did it before him. And now that I see it, like, it's really hard to not just think about, like, why didn't people play that earlier? Like, this is just logic to play Drake in this deck.
Yeah, Drake seems solid. But we see a lot of like influence from the Grandmaster players, or like from the or from Worlds or stuff like that. Like people playing like Hench Clan Sneak and other similar stuff in their
Yeah.
list.
Well, I mean, there is a lot of similarities between Grandmasters and a bit of this tournament. I mean, Northernwind is the team of Anterace, so of course they are preparing with Anterace and Jarla, which are both in Grandmasters. But also, like, the Reds, being from Finland, I'm pretty sure they have ties with Swedish and Finnish players that could be in Grandmasters. I know they're friends with Orange. We had Ents in the tournament also having ties with that kind of player. So I'm pretty sure like a lot of these teams not only watch Grandmasters but talk with people that are playing Grandmasters.
Yeah, the Hearthstone community is a tight-knit community where everybody loves everybody.
Yes.
Or
And also, like, it's always interesting to like go and prepare with other people, especially when they're not preparing the same tournament as you, because like we see a lot of Grandmaster prepare together. I feel they're very open, talking about it, about the fact that they don't really care who they face. They have their group and they're gonna stay in their group and prepare with these people because they're just used to. But if you're not even playing for the same tournament, what's the problem just sharing your deck list?
yeah, that's the golden thing of Hearthstone, basically. Like we see this a lot in different communities where normally we just hang out, but we share deck ideas, stuff like that. But as like in these open qualifiers, no one wants to share anything because we're all playing against each other. So you have to ask people like your team or friends, or just go to Twitter or go to JTiers or listen to iHero and just pull some decks from there.
I mean, the amount of resources that exist in the Hearthstone community is kind of mind-blowing anyway. Like, even alone, I feel like you can find a lot of resources online now, and all the people you mentioned, like JTiers, Irun, and all these people, they're doing a fantastic job of keeping everybody updated at the very second something good comes up.
Yeah. As soon as a new deck is out, basically, we know about it, which is amazing. This is a mirror image turn
Can
that
they
gives
play the
you...
Giant?
I think so with coin.
They can coin the Giant out. And what are they hoping to do? Are they hoping to force a brawl or something? Or do you think they're going for, we need this Giant to survive? Because their hand is really bad against Warrior. As we said, Frost Nova is totally useless. Luna can draw, but right now you don't have enough mana to abuse her. So if we look at this hand, there was Sea Giant and Conjurer's Calling. These are the two cards that you can exploit. And it feels like they're just setting up for it.
Yeah, and spawning for your mirror image with the Kagdar, getting a Sea Giant on board that is, in theory, protected by almost everything, except stuff like Shield Slap.
Yeah, they need Shield Block, Armor Up, Shield Slam, which is exactly 6. Like, it lines up perfectly for this turn. But they need to have it, and as we see now, they don't.
Yeah, it's a risky line of play, I guess.
They are taking... I mean, it was either that or, like, Militia 0-2, so I totally understand that they're trying to get it.
Yeah. Could, of course, make a really big turnover over that.
Actually, here, I think there is a point, you just don't kill these 0-2s. These 0-2s are actually very good to deny value on the Sea Giant.
Yeah, because even if Conjurer's Calling, you just get one. You can't really kill them off.
Yeah, so I really like the fact that Epic Expo recognized this and they're not going to attack into the 0-2s, because what's better to get a 0-2 taunt than a 10-drop when you have to defend against it?
Super heads up play, actually. It's a nice spot there, though, because as you said, like the normal instinct is just, oh, it's a value trade. I can kill a 0-3. Then you get punished by Conjured Calling.
Yeah, and suddenly there's an 8/8 rush. There's a Caligos. There are like all these big guys which are not value trades. Like they're the farthest thing possible from a value trade you're gonna see. And sometimes it's Deathwing. Like imagine you kill 2 0-2s and instead you get 2 Deathwings.
Yeah. You just upgraded that mirror image. Look,
Yeah,
this
I
makes it
feel
also
like
awkward.
this is a trade I don't want to make.
Yeah. This also makes it awkward.
And this is
Look,
actually
you have to-
costing resources. They're killing
Yeah,
it on their
that's
own.
Just to be able to create.
And they're still losing 1. Like, not killing them, it costs their opponent 1 card. It costs so much. Like, they couldn't do double Conjurer's Calling because they used 2 mana to kill a 0-2. They still lost 1 turn 10, and they lost a card because I'm gonna come to
Oh,
it
and
for
there
us
we
as
have
one
the
card.
brawl.
And wow, like the sequence from Epic here just lines up perfectly in the end. It's like everything's going their way. I mean, and I'm not saying this like as they're lucky, is that they set up for this. They made a very, very important decision and they're totally rewarded for it. But they're kind of losing the ball here.
Yeah. That was a 4-7 to be a really good brawl, but unfortunately for Epic it wasn't go that way, but still. You removed a lot of resources from hand, you removed a lot of the board. Now it's just a Conjurer's Calling on this.
Yes.
It's still a good board, but
Yeah, but if this board touches face, I mean, Antonidas plus the bananas, we're looking at 3 fireballs on turn 9 or 2 on turn 8. I feel if you take this face, it's gonna be super hard for the warrior to hold when they'll look at the hand.
yeah, this is super awkward turn. Like Dr. Boom here basically negates the attack from the Boom Reaver. But you still take 10 down, so you're down to 14 with 17 showing. And you have no good way of getting rid of stuff.
I feel like this is a Dr. Boom turn because it's the card that can eventually like pull you back into the game. But losing this brawl feels so bad now that we see Antonidas coming down. Like the pressure is a lot.
Yeah, it's hard pressure situation, and you're still not at 10 mana, which is... If you were at 10 mana, this Geppetto would be even better, because then you can get, like... you could get the Omega Devastators and similar like that. Now you got, like... You got a Faceless Manipulator and Dynamatic, which is good. You can play the Boom, Faceless, the Boom Reaver, to have a 7-9 rush, which is good. Or the Mulch Monster, which is an 8-8 actually. You can go for the 8-8, but that's also a mech and it has rush. So you have a lot of options with this Faceless. But yeah, you're still stuck between what I can call a rock and a hard place here.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to sequence like a line of play that just saves you and gets you out of it, especially where you're going to see Antonidas generate 2 more fireballs here. I kind of like the Geppetto too, like it uses all your mana, maybe you're going to find a solution in these 2 cards. But right now, I think we're going to see a 2-0 up for the rest.
Well, the Faceless on the Mulch Mulcher, and then you attach it with the Ciliax, could be really big though, because that gives you the opportunity to heal for a lot. Or even use the Boom Reaver even, because the Ciliax gives it rush. So you can kill the Boom Reaver, then you can hit into the Antonidas Dynamatic, and then you have a gigantic Ciliax on board. And you just healed for, what, 11? So there's, like, this Geppetto play really gave them a lot of more options going forward. Like, a 1 mana Faceless is just insane.
Yeah, 1 mana. Yeah.
Look at this. 11, 12. That's just like,
Wow.
okay, you can double fireball it or something like
Alright.
that. That's basically the whole turn.
That's how you get out of trouble.
Yeah.
This is like, if there was a way to get out of trouble, I think That's the way. This is exactly how you show in school how to get out of trouble.
This is get out jail free card. Now you have the going into turn 10, so you have Omega Devastators. Like
And like the warrior went from really, really unfavored to oh my god, they just found the perfect gameplay to come back from it.
this really shows why Geppetto has its place in this warrior, because this wouldn't be possible at 9 mana if you didn't have the Geppetto earlier, so you can actually get the 1 mana faceless manipulator. It's still tanking 9 damage, but
Yeah, they're still finding ways, but I think this stops here with
Omega Devastator, Persuasion, giving back an Omega Devastator and Dynamatic.
If you tracked, you know there's no more fireballs, so 12 actually feels pretty safe. So there's Omega, Barista, and now the fact that you know there is Omega in hand and Dynamatic, but Omega is the really important card, is gonna give such a tough time to the Reds because they just can't play a Giant alone now. They need to conjure it immediately.
And now you have a board place. Like, you have 9 damage on board. Basically, you can kill a Giant by yourself. You can Omega Devastator. You're pretty safe spot to actually Dr. Boom now as well. It was excellent. Like, the last few turns from Epic Esports has been like excellent maneuvering with this deck to really show off. Of course, a little bit luck from the Geppetto getting the faceless, but besides that,
I mean, out of instinct, I would have, as I said, like I would have played Dr. Boom just because it's such a good card and you feel like you can come back. And them taking the risk on Geppetto and saying, all right, we need something to go our way to win this game, and taking this huge risk of playing an 8 mana 6/6 that on the turn you play it doesn't resolve anything about the situation. This was a really helpful play.
so here comes the Giant. Along with a Frost Nova, I guess? What is the pink?
Yeah, and you know you're just gonna get devastated. Like, I'm wondering if you should even ping that 1/1. Maybe, as you said, Nova was better.
Oh, this is even better. You can armor up, boom,
slam.
shield slam, yeah. You have to armor up first, though. Then you can save the Devastator, and you can get the boom active. Because getting the boom active is also important, because getting the rush makes, like, Dynamatic so much better. They go with a more aggressive plan, though, because this puts 12 damage on board. It sets up lethal, so it's another way of doing it. Oh, even equipping the Wrench Caliber and armoring up here. Just pushing as much damage as possible. Not being afraid of the Frost Nova. And they can always do the boom shield slam next turn.
Yeah, and now it feels like the Warrior is in total control of what is happening in this game. And like, if the mage had still a lot of health, maybe they could find plans where they would just greed a little bit, try to just stack up this hand, do something. But with 6 health, it looks impossible for the mage to mount enough pressure to actually not die before they draw a bomb or before the warrior just kills them with minions.
Here comes the boom down. Not the best hero power, but it gets the job done. Puts them down lower, puts them up to lethal range. Like a sap is a lethal now, drawing a bomb is a lethal now. What were you thinking of doing a Baleful Banker instead? Because it doesn't change anything. Yeah, get another Omega Devastator right into the deck, so you have even more resources there. Magic trick. Like, this has to be a Luna magic trick and just hope you don't draw a bomb. And let's see. Seems like it's a mirror image. There's 2 bombs in the deck, and it's 12 cards. Another magic trick. They can draw a lot here, but the longer this goes on, the more dangerous. Sorcerer Apprentice is good.
I mean, it's almost painful to watch where you're like, they're gonna draw the bomb, but at the same time, you need to realize, like, they have to do it. There is no other choice than actually draw this deck and hope that the bombs are at the very bottom of it, because otherwise they're gonna die.
Yeah,
unfortunately, that's what it is.
Yeah, they need to mount an offensive. Because if they don't have an offensive here, they just die.
Yeah, it's like they need to pressure the warrior and kill them before the deck actually is empty, but at the same time they need to empty the deck to achieve that. So they're like making it a way that they can win the game and at the same time getting closer to losing it.
See, there's the Omega Devastator. Like, this Dynamatic will do very little, though, because you have 7 health on your own side of the board. The Omega Devastator, though, is good. Just armoring up as well. You're up to 27 health. Dude, as the warrior here, you're so safe. You just feel so safe. Thinking of what's the threats left for the mage as well. It's one giant. And now setting up a big board, going forward. This is the Frost Nova that works on the Rabbit Bouncer to have anything. The Banana Buffoon getting drawn.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it just feels like it's too little too late right now. I don't even know. They don't have a giant in deck. Maybe they have one mountain?
They have one mountain giant left.
But with 4 cards in the hand, it doesn't really matter. It's like, they have one more. No, is not going to be over this turn. I feel like they're going to be one more turn for the mage. But what card? Like, if you could pick one card in the game, can one card save you?
It depends on what you get of this, if he conjures calling one more time.
You need to find 27 damage. Okay, 24 because the apprentice is going to jam the face, but...
Yeah, but you also have like a Frost Nova now, so... That's a pretty big board. And the Frost Nova probably do double banana, just push as much damage, and you need to win with this next turn here.
Yes.
So how much damage do
to
they
find
have on
the
board?
word
They
set
have
up lethal next
17,
turn.
they have 24. And the Warriors
so
at
they
22.
found a way to set up lethal. This is really, really good play. Like,
But is it enough?
well, for now it looks like it is.
Like, this Dynamatic can come down. It will hit some of your own, though. That's the biggest problem here.
This Dynamatic is the randomest thing you will ever see in Hearthstone. Like, if it kills a minion from Mage...
Oh, the Omega Devastator!
Oh my
Oh.
god! No! I was actually getting super hyped for the Mage. Like, I feel like they played perfectly to find a way to win and took the right amount of risk. And this is just the nail in the coffin. This Omega removes 12 damage from the board. It removes half the Mage's damages.
Yeah, we have
And they
the
didn't draw the
Arcane
bomb.
Intellect.
They
There's the
still don't
giant.
draw the bomb.
You need to check what you get from this Cyclone, because this needs to be... No, it doesn't matter. You need to kill them because the Sap Cannon is up. And it's nothing. Wow. Like, this back and forth here, though, by first the Mage, and then the Warrior just doing the Geppetto play and just healing back up, and then the Mage doing that double Conjurer's Calling and being... They have lethal setup. It was a very few cards that could actually help. Like, okay, the Harvest Golem will also be able to clear at least one minion, so you wouldn't die to the opposing board, but Omega Devastator was just devastating.
Yeah, like, this game was very back and forth. Like, I saw, honestly, the Warrior dead very early in the game with the first Sea Giant part. Then the Geppetto just swinged everything back and felt like the Mage couldn't come back. And then they took a very big risk. Like, they accepted to empty their deck with Luna. There were 2 bombs in it. They were rewarded for it. They're set up lethal, and Dr. Boom's hero power just crashes the party.
Yeah, and now we're all over into a Mage Mirror here, and it's not that close as you think, because they have different tech cards. Both have Snap Freeze. There's very similar lists, actually. There's the Twilight
like
Drake versus a
both
Rabble
teams-
Bouncer, basically.
Both teams kind of prepared for the mirror. Double Nova is a tech that is really good against board-centric decks right now, which is why it's kind of really bad against Warrior, but it's really good against Hunter, it's really good against Mage, against all these aggro decks. Like, the aggro decks, since the nerfs, have become really board-centric with Token Druid, with Murloc Shaman, and all these things. So usually when you see Double Nova, you kind of know what that means. We see the Snap Freeze, that is also a combo to kill a giant or something like this. There are no polymorphs, no voodoo, so they didn't went too far in the tech choices. But yeah, these two lineups, like these two tech lists, I think they can just totally like equal each other. I wouldn't be able to give an edge to one or another.
Yeah, the lists are basically the same. It's a Twilight Drake versus a Rabble Bouncer. The Rabble Bouncer gives you a better, or both is running. Well, what's the difference then? Both are running Twilight Drake. Only one Rabble Bouncer. What is the difference between the two decks? Shouldn't be one card difference here.
Yeah, I'm
Not
trying
which.
to find it as well. No, they both have one Rebel Bouncer.
Oh, they both have one. Yeah, they're the exact same list.
This
then.
is an exact 30 cards mirror.
Aha. Well, you can see here though, playing out, for instance, this Sorcerer Apprentice in 2. Like, yes, you have Giant and you have Hunter Calling, you have opportunities here, but also you know that if you do that, your opponent is forced to ping twice. And you can be the aggressor. And being the aggressor in this matchup could mean so much. Like, Helsinki Reds would love to just be able to Arcane Intellect there, but actually trying to kill this Sorcerer Apprentice could be so important here. So what would you want to do? The Banana Buffoon? That's just gonna get answered by a Banana Buffoon and a banana, I think. Or even 2 bananas. To be able to not get pinged again and then still have the board. Yes, you lose some of the value for this Mana Cyclone, but you gain it back in board control.
Yeah.
Observe and reflect.
It's hard though. Like this also, if you play the bananas now, your Sorcerer Apprentice will live, but it pulls your Giant further away, so they decides not to do it.
Also because we see that Epic can play the Giant next turn, while the Reds are probably gonna have to go with a Cyclone turn very soon because they don't really have anything to go with.
In the Cyclone turn,
They're going with one right now. They're settling for just 2 spells. They're not risking the Arcane Intellect to get maybe the Blazing Invocation.
Luna's Pocket Galaxy and unexpected results. So, play down the Giant on 4. You know that it can get answered, but is that like the option is to wait one more turn and don't do Mountain Giant Coin?
Well, you have the Conjurer's Call, so it feels really bad to just give it out.
Yeah, you don't have any other minions to actually do this with. Like, what is the other place here though? Arcane Intellect?
They
and
could
then
banana ping the 5/4 and try to drop the Giant next turn.
Yeah, this is a hard turn as well. Really need to plan this out. Like, the mana count is low. The Arcane Intellect here, they need to play 1 spell to not overdraw. Like, that's what they want. Gravel Bouncer, and the next second
Turn and
Conjure.
banana
Yeah, they
and
just
value trade it. Okay, so this Apprentice is gonna get 1 more turn, and with the second Cyclone in hand, it could be super important. And the Magic Trick is really
huge.
as well.
And the Spectre Assault can help out as well.
Counter
This
spell
Snap
is
Trick-
really good. So even though your opponent has the coin, but all these cards can find value. Like Book of Spectres, they had a lot of spells in their hand, so you can justify it. Snap Freeze is in the deck, like is a tech for the mirror, so you can of course justify taking it. And counter spell is just good. Like it's mage, this can play spells.
Ooh.
Wow. So they choose not to go with the Arcane Intellect. They're like, this 5/4 is gonna live. It's really hard for an opponent to kill it. So they
With
feel like
this
they can just
Pin-Size
wait.
Summoner, they can Snap Freeze a Mana Cyclone as well.
Yeah.
Get 3 spells, which is pretty decent. And then they have a white board and they can push 5 phase. Basically
It
doing
really
like a more
depends,
early
though,
minion strategy.
It's really hard for the opponent to kill this 5/4 actually. Like they would need to snap freeze it, which is something they want to use on the Giant.
Here they go, just pinging instead, saving for a later Mana Cyclone turn. Because they have Conjurer's Callings and everything, but they don't have the answers to it. There comes the Giant plus Conjurer's Calling, though.
So Giant... there is to note Khadgar is in the end, so if both Giants don't get killed, this board is gonna go...
That Ray of Frost, though, take care of one Giant, and you have enough to kill the other one.
Alright,
The option
so
is
just take back
you
what I
want to
said.
go for it.
These Giants are gonna die.
And you can also refill your hand afterwards. You can Arcane Intellect, you can play a bunch of spells, you can then ban a Cyclone, and yeah. So much options there. You also have another Snap Freeze in deck.
Yeah. It felt like the Epic Esports team was kind of ahead just based on draws until now. And suddenly with the Snap Freeze, Ray of Frost, and the second Cycle in hand, it feels like the Reds are totally capable of swinging it in the other direction and putting a lot of pressure. Wow, they're not gonna kill the Giant?
Seems like they're just going wide. Or they're going to double trade and ping. Ooh, that's a Frostbolt. Another Conjurer's Call. Splitting
No,
image.
they could still kill it. They kept, because the Mana Cyclone was 1 mana, they can still kill it with trade and ping.
Yeah, they can kill it with trade and ping, but it's that... Like, do you want to lose your 5-4 instead of pushing?
Well, I'm pretty sure because you know there's another Conjurer's Calling in your opponent's deck. It's not about do you want to lose your 5-4, it's more about do you want him to have an 8-8, or 2, or 17?
True. This made the hand from Epic Esports much worse. They have the opportunity to Bramble Bouncer now for 3, and then Conjurer's Calling if they want, and that could pull out something good at least.
Arena's full. Beat it.
You have the Mana Cyclones, so you can also get 2 spells, but is that enough? Here comes the 5/5s again. It's like a lot of 5/5s in the 7 mana pool.
Yeah.
Oh, a Sea Giant coming down for 3 mana now due to the big board size here. This is an opportunity here now for Helsinki Reds to really accelerate the clock.
Yeah, the Reds, I feel like they navigated a very complicated hand very well, because usually like the team that has the Giant kind of has the easy decisions, like get your Giant, make the opponent answer, and they answered perfectly, and now they're getting rewarded for it with the Sea Giant conjured. The thing is they can only kill 1 5/5, so they're gonna leave up 1 turn 7. Does that matter though when you have 2 turn 10s?
Yeah, if you can only kill 1, do you even do it?
I feel like you do, because your opponent's at 20, so you're not pushing. Like, your opponent's at 20 and you have 18 represented on board. I don't feel like 20 or 15 is that much different.
Sure.
And also you want to maximize the chances of one of
Yours
staying alive. And you know your opponent plays Snap Freeze, so like if you leave both 5/5s, you can kill one very easily, and you just need Snap Freeze to kill the other one.
So they just pulled a Frost Nova, meaning they can do Conjurer's Calling Frost Nova after hitting phase, hope to get the better 7th drop. Or do they want to do it differently? Even toss in a banana and a Ventilation, get a Mana Cyclone going. They have a lot of stuff going on here. Consideration is also if they want to kill this Armor Smith, because his Armor Smith is annoying because it gains them armor.
Yeah,
you wanna kill your opponent.
like, especially because we like maybe we're not in it that much, but until now this has been a real trading game. Like there has been a lot of minion trading involved, and well, when you're just equaling your opponent on board, just getting 1 armor every time you trade something looks like a very small advantage, but it can add up and it can give you like 1 turn, and look at what the deck can do with 1 turn.
It makes it different.
Okay, there was a very bad minion, but the 5/7 rush is insane.
Yeah, that's one of the better ones. The Gunspire here is annoying though.
The Gunspire is, I would call it bad because he can't attack, and he doesn't get punished. Freezes, but he doesn't run Blizzard, doesn't run Flame Strike, doesn't run Cone of Cold. So it feels like this Gunspire is 2 spots on the board that are gonna be really hard to use for Epic. They can ping one. That's kind of the only thing they can do with it right now.
It also stops stuff like Cinderstorm from happening, but that's not the biggest deal. Oh, 2 giants coming down. Even more, I think, from the... Like, these Gunspires as well, since they have no attack. Helsinki Reds is just basically, well, this is no danger for us. There comes the Bolt Splash. It just sets up a big menacing board with even more Conjurers calling in hand. Build up even more here. Contemplating whether or not this mirror image will be played. There it comes. So you have an interesting turn here now, though. You can ping your Gunspire to get it. Then you can Conjurers calling one, and then you can freeze everything.
Yes, we're now in the phase where one mage is gonna try to kill the other one, and one is gonna survive. The Frost Novas and all this kind of stuff are gonna be really good for it. The fact that Khadgar is still alive is actually a huge deal too. We're talking about a lot of big minions, and as I say, big minions.
No!
This is insane value for 7 drops.
Velen is big.
We're talking about Velen with Antonidas in the end. Like, anybody order 24 damage fireballs?
Not only that, though, you can also just getting random spells now with Mana Cyclone can give you like huge damage from like a Flame Strike now is just board clear. See, will you get a Blizzard? Look at 8 damage Blizzard. That's insane. 2 mirror images to stop more damage coming in.
Yeah, and this Blizzard, like, outside of the damage it's gonna deal, is also very important because it's 1 more freeze, and freezing is, well, outside of putting huge minions on the board, the best thing in this matchup.
Yeah, and that's why they both have double Frost Nova. Though, Helsinki Reds sitting here now with no double Frost Nova, Elemental Invocation, and a Khadgar. It can make an even bigger board, but that doesn't matter because it doesn't fit. What do they even do here to try to tackle this board? Because currently representing, there's a lot of damage here. Here comes the Conjurers calling. They hope for another Multi-Muncher. Multi-Muncher comes in. Clears off this Velen, meaning the Velen is worse. And it's a big bad Archmage that will do nothing. This Blizzard will still be able to clear. Is that enough, though? 22 damage.
So they have 10, 20. Let's say the 2-2 goes into the 0-2, it's 20. If they Blizzard, it's 22. So they don't have lethal, I think.
No, but you freeze your opponent.
Can you really resist going Blizzard and jamming the face?
I don't think so. Seems like the optimal play.
Your Blizzard will deal 4 damage. So you'll only kill the 2-2. You're gonna freeze the board where 6 minions are blocked and can't attack. This is huge. Like, freezing is good because it prevents minions from attacking, but it also locks down slots on the board. Like, Hearthstone has a limit of 7 minions. When 6 are taken by minions that cannot move, this is actually a huge deal. This reduces a lot what some player can do.
Yeah, and for Helsinki Reds now, there's 1 out, and that's the second Frost Nova in their deck. Even considering trading into this big bad mage, but playing out this Stargazer Luna as well, just to have a full board here. Mirror image coming up. That will only spawn one image. That's not enough to survive here. There's nothing they can do. This back and forth. Oh, these mage mirrors are so explosive. Just from one turn to another, you can just die because of Frost Novas and freezes.
Checkmate. Well done.
And that's the concede. And we go over to the next game here. Epic Esports got their mage out of the way as well. So now we only have
it feels
this
like
paladin.
they went 2-0 on the mage, which was like Epic Esports clearly is targeting mage. Like we talked about, like our analyst described it very well. And the paladin is one of the better decks against mage, it feels, for a lot of people, because doesn't care about freezes since he plays around direct damage. The timeouts are just insane. I feel like the best way for the mage to win this matchup is early giant and then Cyclone giving you counterspell. Like counterspell can swing this matchup really, really hard.
Yeah, and freezes, of course, as we saw. Freezes are a huge part of this. But now we see the warrior from a Silky Reds versus this paladin. And we've seen the paladin before. We've seen it done a lot of crazy stuff. Just basically locking down boards and then just suddenly bursting down out of nowhere.
Well, the paladin can deal 50 damage total. And this warrior is a bomb warrior. So in theory, it could not mount enough armor to resist. But it can mount a lot of bombs. And this is going to be a huge problem for the paladin because, well, there are bombs in your deck and your strategy is empty your deck. So the two things don't really look like they want to work together.
Oh, and it should be a win for the warrior if he goes aggressive from the start here.
I feel
Taking up
this
the
hand
minions
is not that good. The Alex are insane, but the rest of the hand is really defensive, which is not what you want. Like, at best, you're going to Shell Slam a Talnos or a Khadgar. Not a Khadgar, a Kangor, my bad. So, yeah, you just need to get these bombs early. There have been strategies, like kind of like Nomi Priest, where you keep Elec plus weapon or plus double goblin, and you just put like 4 or 5 bombs in the deck at once, and you just OTK. So getting a huge hand is not necessarily necessary, but you just feel good when you can get the curve going and put the paladin under pressure really early.
Yeah, and seeing like this, just placing the augmented Elec from the start, because it is no answer to it. Because True Silver Champion not coming out for one turn. Of course, you're not getting the maximum amount of bombs because you don't have no bomb cards, but it just puts a nasty 3-4 in the way.
You like my invention?
See, you know, Dynamatic is picked up, doesn't help that much. We see the other Elec coming down as well, without any bomb cards. Seems like it, just punching face.
Yeah, and they have to be careful because Consecrate is a 3 damage Consecrate right now, and they can clear buff Alex.
Seems
this
like
is actually a really
pretty
big
good
deal.
Yeah,
this is a huge deal. Because I totally understand that you play 2 Alex, so if they weapon one, well, you have the second one. But if they play 3 damage Consecrate, you lose both, and now your follow-up is Militia Commander Blank.
Yeah, into Dynamatic that will kill your Militia Commander.
Yeah, like, this looks like exactly the start that the Paladin wants in this matchup. Like, literally exactly what the Paladin wants. No bombs, you kill premium resources for the warrior later in the game, you drew some cards, and they're passing turn 4, and they're likely to pass turn 5.
Yeah, seems good for the Paladin. Epic Esports would feel pretty confident now going forward the next few turns now. There's only been 2 card draws, but with this Prismatic Lens, this Acolyte of Pain, they have options to get a lot of stuff out of the deck really fast. Like, I would love to just see this Prismatic Lens now just being used. The Acolyte of Pain can be comboed with a Pyromancer if you want. Problem, of course, is that the warrior, as we all know, can just kill you.
Yes.
There comes a Super Collider, which is perfect basically to just deny a card draw. Only get one. Let's see what they pick up. That's a Crystology as well. Crystology is even more draw with the Prismatic Lens as well. Crystology coming out first to draw out a few more 1 damage minions, which is usually more draw.
Yeah.
In this
Like,
Prismatic
the deck
Lens.
is really filled with it. And after the buffs, like this deck could be even more explosive because Crystology is only gonna cost 1 mana.
Yeah, so you can play Crystology on 1 and play a 2-drop. Like
I mean,
Novice
a lot of players are expecting that Crystology on 1 into Novice or Talnos on 2. And
another Crystology as
turns
well.
out.
Is there anything they can hit now though? Haven't they got most? They have both Novice Engineers. Yeah, the second Crystology is dead.
We saw Talnos.
Yeah, and so they only run 1 Acolyte. So. Tempo,
Yeah,
Omega, Devastator. Just to build some damage.
Gotta do something at some point. I mean,
Yeah,
you
you
know,
need
like
to kill your
this
opponent.
matchup. I mean, this matchup is not about killing large minions with Omega. If this Omega deals like 4 or 8 damage, he will have done his job.
Exactly.
You like my invention?
Yeah, we see Novice Engineer picking up a Shrink Ray, which could be useful later. But you need to get some cards out of the hand. This is getting awkward. True Silver going straight face, I presume. Is to try to chip away that armor. Because what you can do is put them to 25, because then you only need one of the combos. But oh, Burst Dimension. This Missile Launcher though, attaching to just dealing 5 damage or 6 damage with the expectation there. Perfect to actually apply some pressure going forward.
This is actually a really good swing. Like this is what the Reds needed, because Epic is playing on match point when the Reds still have to get Mage and Warrior through, so they can't afford to lose this matchup. And it's been a little scary for these first 6 or 7 turns.
Should I?
This Prismatic Lens though, drawing 2 more cards. That's a Celiax with a Hammer of Wrath. Celiax can be played if you want. Or you can just play something else. You need something out of the hand though, because you're 10 cards and you don't want to burn your Shirvala. That's what I've seen earlier has been happening as well.
Well, as you said, you can just play the Crystology as a dead card, because we know the card doesn't do anything. That's one possibility. Otherwise, well,
playing
it's
Celiac Pass is also
you
fair.
could Ziliax Pass. I feel like you can't play the Bankers. This is the kind of matchup where you could need double Oli Raft, so you would need the 50 damage combo. So yeah, I guess just Ziliax Pass, and if this 5/9 hits into Ziliax, you're kind of happy.
Yeah. Elysiana is picked up. Bristol Lynch can...
Giving you back an Omega.
Is there a way to... Oh, you can Militia Commander.
Kind of like just hitting it
Armor
with
of
the
Shield
hammer,
Slam,
armoring
and
up
just-
Shield Slam.
Yeah.
And you just play the Dynomatic because it's not gonna get any value, something like that. Fills up your mana, gets the 5 damage to the face.
Yeah, because you need to pressure this Paladin. You spend both your relics, you have less bomb potential.
Yeah. And they're only at 9 cards in the deck. Like, they have drawn through the deck pretty fast.
Yeah. Let's see here though, there's a lot of valid plays here. Oh, double shield slamming just to neglect any form of healing here. He's pushing 5 more damage. You could even hit with the Super Collider, because I'm pretty sure you're not gonna hit anything with the Super Collider here. Oh, that's the Holy Wrath. Shrink Ray coming out. Consideration of clearing the Omega Devastator, so Celiax doesn't get any value. With like a hammer.
Yeah,
or
like,
wrath.
the fact that it's a mech is it's a consideration of just hammer of wrathing your.
That's the
face.
Shivala 1 mana now. This means that
Yep.
you have all the combo pieces left, so you don't care about overdrawing anymore.
Do they have both? I think
Both
they only
faithfuls.
have one.
Both
No, they
faithfuls
only
are
have
in hand.
one Oliwrath.
Yeah, true. But currently now, if they burn
Ooh, for now it's
early
not.
Elysiana for pressure, this vicious scrap hound looks.
There had so many bombs in the deck. What's the goal now? They also
Yeah.
are like foregoing Dr. Blue Mad Genius. Oh my god.
This is the highest pressure play they could. Oh, they could have just played Blastmaster Boom without any boom bots as well. It's the same pressure. Vicious scale. Militia Commander Hogger. Oof. Omega Devastation. Omega Assembly is good though. Leroy is huge.
Leroy kills people. I've heard that before. Leroy
Oh,
kills
Mojo
people.
Master C.
Mojo Master Z wins games.
Yeah, that basically makes the combo so much, or not possible to do. Put them down to 16. This is interesting. This was so heads up play. Like, what do you even do as the Paladin here?
Options.
Dude, another Hammer of Wrath to face? Get the second shrink ray? Just shrink ray this? Just be careful? Or just heal up
I
and
think
hope...
so.
Like, you're not scared of bombs anymore, so you can just heal up and draw one more card if you want that. You can even time out and heal. Stop any form of aggression. Basically putting it down even more. Yeah. Or deciding to counter and heal, yeah. That works as well. Sets you up to 24. Then you have the Shrink Ray Consecration next turn. The Dynamatic will kill your own Elysiana. What was even the plan here for the Masinka Reds? I think that Elysiana was way too early.
Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, especially because they didn't get bombs early on in the game. Yes, but that means that their deck is full of it.
Yeah. The plan to just reroll with this? Well, this puts up a decent sized board though. 15 damage or more. You know there's timeouts. You know there's ways to basically do it. There's the first timeout. Like you can even Shrink Ray Consecrate this. And get one more turn. Next turn you can timeout, and then you win.
Yeah.
So much options here. Warriors at 12. The only thing you're afraid of is healing. And we know that they didn't pick up any healing from the Elysiana.
I just like the timeout plan. I mean, we have Caster's Vision, so it's easy to see like, hey, timeout and 25 is gonna win us the game. But 13 health is a lot.
Hey, you need to do some sort of defensive play here, but like just playing timeout makes you safe. You can't die for any way. You can play this Consecration for damage if you want. That also makes you have other outs. This Scrap Hound probably needed. Put as much stats on the board as possible. Like, what's the game plan from Helsinki Reds? Yeah, just playing this in hero powering. Just trying to get their health up to a decent high level.
Yeah,
This sets
I
up
don't know.
lethal. That's the second. That's another heal. This means Flash of Light. This
Honestly, my
means-
plan until they played Elysiana, boom, and the armor up hero power. But this kind of gone down the toilet, and maybe it's the Scrap Hound now. Like the plan is to stick a Scrap Hound into the board and win
just
like
win
this.
out of that.
Can they go like Augur Militia this turn? If they get second Leroy, they win?
Yeah, Hogger Militia is... How much stats is that? That's 10 damage. So second Leroy
No, it's
kills.
8 damage.
Oh yeah, 8 damage. Yeah. Doing Hogger Vicious Scrap armor up, which is also 8 damage. And gives you possibility for more. But this is just heal. And this is lethal. Yeah, you heal up, get to the last card, you Baleful Banker in the Cheval of the Tiger, and you Holy Wrath.
Wow, and so it's gonna be Epic Esports joining Nordavind in the finals.
What a great display of matcher though. It was probably the analysts will have some other information on how this went about, but I think this Elysiana was way too early played.
It's really hard to say. Like, I don't know. I feel like you can say a lot of things. Like, I feel like they rushed the Alex and things like that. But at the same time, looking back at the game, the Paladin drew so quickly that you can argue we're never gonna get to the bombs. Like, we didn't draw them early. We're not gonna get there. We need to win with other cards. And honestly, I had faith when I saw ZE and Leroy out of Elysiana. But
yeah,
it's really hard to analyze this. Like, good luck to our analysts, because I'm having a lot of trouble just doing it, like knowing what to say about this game. Like, it was just a lot of choices.
There's a lot of choices there, but let's hear it from our analysts what they have to say about the matchup so far.
Thanks, everyone, and welcome back. So, Cinder and Dollar Bills, what did you guys have to say? I mean, we saw some really interesting games. As always, I enjoyed the Spell Mage Mirrors in particular. But which were your favorite games from that series, or the most interesting ones?
Well, from an interesting standpoint, we were talking about from a time crunch perspective, dodging the bullet with Warrior Mirrors, but I really love Warrior Mirrors, so it's a little bit sad we missed out on it. But the Cyclone Mage Mirror is so interesting to me. You know, there's so many decision points you have to make with that deck, and when your opponent is making an equal number of them, it's great to watch it. It's a very high pressure situation, but the big keynotes for me for that matchup, for that series, was Epic winning the Control Warrior versus Cyclone Mage to get out of the mirror scenario. I think that was good, even though I think they're favored in that scenario, but passing the Warrior was a big deal, and then getting the Mage Mirror one as well right after that, right? Just to set up the Holy Wrath Paladin with 2 shots at generally favored matchups, I think was great for them.
Yeah, that Khadgar and the Mage Mirror, I think, was very crucial with all the extra freeze effects they got as well. I mean, the Blizzard and that really allowed them to kind of push their advantage. That those mirrors can always be really tricky, where you're like generating the big board versus your opponent's big board and then just freezing. And I mean, that's really where they managed to win, even in despite of getting the Black Howl Gunspires, which couldn't attack or do anything.
That's right. We were actually talking in the mid-match room, small decisions on both sides. I know we had talked about, you had actually brought up, Dib, that there was the possibility of drawing with Arcane Intellect instead of playing a Conjurer's Calling, and what effect would that have had moving forward. And then every decision you make when you're going to play a Mana Cyclone just has a cascading effect throughout the rest of the turns for a matchup like that.
Yeah, maximizing the number of spells so you can get the best chance at getting those important freeze effects, or even removals like the snap freezes and stuff like that. Really interesting. And then, going back to game 1, I mean, we saw kind of a classic tale of Control Warrior versus Token Druid. What did you think about that game, Cinder?
I always find that the Token Druid is favored versus the Warrior. The Warrior only has so many opportunities to clear the board. And if as the Warrior you're a little too eager to do so, which a lot of Warrior players are, the Token Druid just has too many ways to refill the board in order for the Warrior to keep up, and that's kind of exactly what we saw happen. I will say that the Warrior was a little bit patient, but there just weren't enough options in hand to keep off, because all it needed was those. It just needed 3 minions, double Savage Roar, and that's the match right there.
And that's
so it can be very tricky.
Yeah, and that's a great point you bring up, because we actually talked about there was a turn where they had a choice, the Token Druid did, between Forest Aid for 5 Treants or Landscaping, Dreamway, Guardians, and Mark of the Loa for 6 creatures total. And it turned out to be, I mean, that in conjunction with that top deck swipe at the very end, exact lethal damage. So if they had opted to just like, we'll play our 8 mana spell when we have 8 or 9 mana, they actually wouldn't have had enough, and potentially because the warrior had Dr. Boom in hand, had a brawl still in hand. Do they make the corner if that game goes on too much longer? We'll never know. But because they decided to play for maximum board presence and then leverage that double Savage Roar in hand like you were talking about, it got them there in game 1.
Yeah, I think both teams made a really good job of using their resources there. I mean, we saw, as you mentioned, the Token Druid getting just that extra little minion on the board in the end, and also, like Cinder mentioned, the Warrior did a good job of fighting for board with the minions for as long as they could before having to use the Warpath. And after that, it was actually just too difficult for them to remove that board because they didn't have any of the big removal spells. So this leaves us with Epic Esports that are going to be going up against Nordavent in the finals. Do you guys think that there's any clear favorite for you, just based on their play, before we kind of look at their deck lists and stuff? Because we're going to look at the matchups before the final. But based on what we've seen from the players, and the teams, do you have any favorites?
That is a fantastic question. I'm looking at the two groups of lists right now, and this is going to be, Mage, Warrior, Hunter, Rogue from Nordavind that we saw in the first series against Warrior, Paladin, Shaman, Mage. My initial thought is I've just seen Epic navigate so well. Nordavind obviously has also been navigating very well, but if I was going to give like a super quick throw a dart at a board, I'd probably put it on Epic. I'd be aiming for Epic right now, I think.
Cinder, do you have a particular favorite team here that you would like to win at least?
My heart is definitely with Epic. That's a squad that's done a lot of work improving and tightening up this play, and just looking at the lineup, that they have put a ton of thought into this very specific lineup. So I like where they are mentally and competitively. But all the same, Nordavind they are giants in Hearthstone. This is a very difficult team to beat, and their play has been nearly flawless throughout this entire tournament. Not just the bracket, but in the Swiss as well. So it's one of those things where if you go with the numbers, you kind of have to give the edge to Nordavind. But if you think about it from a human perspective, I think Epic has a very good chance of pulling off the upset here.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there with Epic. I've really seen them improve a lot as well. I mean, in the games, I've mostly seen their top 12 games, and they played really well in those as well. And Nordavind, obviously, huge names. We know how good they are, and they've really proved their quality as a team as well. So I'm really looking forward to that in the final. But before we can get to the final and some more analysis when we actually look at the deck lists in depth, we're going to go to a short break. And then we'll be back for that grand final, which is going to be Nordavind versus Epic Esports to crown the champion for this EU House Rivalries. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the grand finals of EU House Rivalries Season 2. I've got Den and Delda here, and we're going to be bringing you Nordevent versus Epic Esports for this grand finals. So we've seen Nordevent. They made it through the Swiss with an 8-1 record as the first seed, went straight to the quarterfinals and beat Den's Gamers Origin and MCon Esports to get here. So Dan, tell us a little bit about their lineup then, seeing as you've experienced it firsthand.
Well, it feels like their lineup is the two best decks in the meta. I feel like Mage and Warrior are really hard to argue against. And then we have the Hunter, which is Secret Hunter. Like, there are a lot of Hunters in the metagame, and I think they actually chose the least popular. I feel like mid-range and mechs are more popular, but I feel like this is the best one to actually beat Mage, and maybe against like some other decks in the metagame, like kind of those mid-range decks that can struggle in the early game. And then they have this new Rogue that is really hard to evaluate. Like, we've seen it outpace opponents, and we have seen it struggle really hard in other cases. So I still don't have a definite opinion on this last deck.
Yeah, the Shock Rogue has been particularly interesting. And then for Epic Esports, they only just got into the top 12, coming through as the 7th seed overall with a record of 6-3 in the Swiss. So they had to play from the top 12 round all the way through to the finals, beating Dortmund Esports, Attack Mode, and Helsinki Reds, as we just saw in that semifinal, to get here to the grand final. Last season, they were top 4, so this is an improvement for them. Their lineup is Light, Zanananan, and Denim Blue. So, Delda, what do you think of their deck choices, though?
Well, the deck choices are like, if you say Nordovin has picked like the overall better decks and stuff like that, you can say that Epic Esports has picked more unconventional decks that are still really good, like more rarely played ones. They have this crazy Control Warrior, which is less played, and then the Bombard, the Nordovin. They have the Holy Rat Paladin, or the OTK Paladin, and this Control Shaman thingy, which is something. It looks a little bit like the one Hunter brought to the Worlds, but then it's been changed to be more aggressive with stuff like Thunderhead and stuff like that. So it's really interesting. And then, of course, you have the Mage, which is, according to them, Hunter's creation. So they're stealing from their enemy to be able to come into this final. And it seems like it's worked for them here in the top finals.
Yeah, their Spell Mage is very well teched for the mirror with the Snap Freeze, the Twilight Drake, and the Antonidas. I think it's definitely meant to be good in the mirror, and probably should be a little bit favored, ironically, against Nordevent's Mage. But we've seen Nordevent have had their Secret Hunter band, and Epic Esports have had their Control Warrior band. And on that note, we're going to throw it straight to the casters, Cinder Ascendant and Dollar Bills, who are going to be able to take you through this grand final and let us know who they think is going to win.
Thanks so much, Dib, for handing that off, and great analysis from Den and Delta. So, Bills, we have ourselves a final here. This is a high-powered matchup. Epic's been doing fantastic through the entire series. Been, as we noted, a marked improvement in their play. Been playing very, very tight, and then Nordavenge just seems to be unstoppable. But we got a very conventional lineup, and we got a very unconventional lineup from Epic Esports. So, Bills, what are your thoughts going into this matchup?
I just want to sort of echo one of the sentiments that we just heard on the analyst desk. Is the very first series that you and I cast this morning, which was actually this Nordovin lineup against the MCon Esports team. We saw the MCon Esports Mage get 0-3'd
right
over the course of that series, and are the tech choices? They were also saying that this is a Hunter Ace brew of a Cyclone Mage. Are those tech choices going to be enough so that this Mage doesn't suffer the same fate?
Yeah, it'd be really interesting in the storylines if Epic actually beats Nordovend with Hunter Ace's deck, as Hunter Ace is a part of this squad. But it is a frequently mimicked deck after Hunter Ace got so much success in Worlds this past year, becoming our most recent champion, and for a good reason. This is a great deck, high skill cap, A lot of decision points to be made, and we saw a mirror of this style of deck in this last matchup. Been a it's a very difficult matchup to navigate, and one mistake, one even the tiniest, weirdest error, can lead to a loss. But I think the big story too, part of this matchup, Bills, is going to be the shaman. When and how does this shaman become part of the strategy?
Yeah, the shaman. It's funny. Every time I've seen this shaman actually play on stream, it seems just it seems like it just has too many answers for any deck. With
Right.
just over the course of, if they make it to their walking fountain turn, they have too much healing, and then to get to that walking fountain turn, they have all of these different kind of control tools, and obviously they have the two of Witch's Brew. We're actually going to go ahead and see it. They're going to lead off with the control shaman against this more bombier warrior that we've been seeing from Nordavind.
Yeah, and it's like you said, like it doesn't seem like there's a lot of answers in the shaman deck, but there are. Once you're on the other end of this deck, and it should be noted too that this is not like the big shaman, which utilize stuff like Eureka to cheat out minions. No. This is just strictly control. It's all removal plus some top end with like Walking Fountain, Swamp Queen, Hagatha. So it is meant to go to the long game and maybe land Elysiana in the super long games, but otherwise it's just here to it's a marathon deck, really.
Yeah, and so much ability to draw all of its answers. We've actually seen throughout the day what can happen if warrior feels like they're strapped for control answers. The shaman deck has several tech cards included. Zentimo allows you to get a lot more value out of your single target removal, making it into triple target removal, for example. The Spirit of the Frog allows you to just cycle through, find all of your spells, cast them, and then get them all back immediately with Krogwa the Frog.
Right. And this is one of the interesting matchups that I think the shaman is running into is the warrior, because warriors normally are designed to go long, but interestingly, the Nordavind's actually running a not Elysiana package in their warrior deck. Like theirs is a little more honest in its game plan. So this is one instance where the Elysiana may actually pay off in a super long game scenario, assuming they don't get bombed out by repeated bombs as the deck draws to a close.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see towards the end of this game. Yeah, like you're saying, this warrior deck can generate some bombs. It's not full bore like Elix Clockwork. It does have Clockwork Goblins and Wrench Calibers, but it's actually skipped both copies of Augmented Elic.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and that in conjunction with the shaman's ability to potentially heal through bomb lethals, I'd be interested to see if they're able to sort of navigate their removal versus their healing, especially like you were saying, when they get to the end of the game and all of a sudden they can already Elysiana twice, kind of, because they can Elysiana and then they can Shudderwalk, which will of course trigger Elysiana's Battle Cry again if they feel like they need 50 cards to win.
Right. Yeah, and and the Shudderwalk is such an interesting inclusion as well, because there's more battle cries than you think. Like you'll get lackeys, you'll get the battle cries that were on the lackeys. You'll get Hagatha's AoE for 3 damage. Like there's a lot of stuff that this deck does in the battle cry department that Shudderwalk can really leverage in longer games.
Oh yeah, and just so much value, like you're saying. There's also the creature you get off of Swamp Queen Hagatha. We see the inclusion of the legendary that gives you a creature, but then you also get the battle cry off that creature. Which is just, there's so much incredible value generation that this Bomb Warrior, the impetus is on the Bomb Warrior, right? To find a way to win the game before they just get ground out.
Yeah, and the other thing too, the warrior not really putting on a lot of pressure, so like the shaman could actually have time to get to these big end game scenarios. It's really the warrior feels like it's the beatdown in this scenario. Yeah,
and we see some of those beatdown tools actually in the warrior's hand already. Well, I say some of them. It's really just Blastmaster Boom. Blastmaster Boom is already in hand, and we see some stuff that is typically used in a more of a controlling fashion, stuff like Militia Commander, Warpath Dynamatic. I would not at all be surprised to see these come down just to try to get some board presence against the Shaman moving into the turns where those cards are actually playable.
Yeah, so and the Blastmaster Boom, just such a powerful tool. You know, I mean, there was a time where Dr. Boom was a 7-mana 7/7, and he only got 2 bombs,
Yeah.
2 boom bots, and that was, you know, widely considered to be the best card in the game. Some people even said it was broken. So being able to Warrior having access to a better version of that is just such an interesting time to be in Hearthstone, you know?
Yeah, I think it was Strife Crow when Goblins versus Gnomes was spoiled. He was saying, like, I think the best card is Dr. Boom, and I think the second and third best cards are his left and right boom bots.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So in this specific game state, though, that, you know, the other Dr. Boom, the Hero Power card coming into hand now for Nordovan, I think this is going to be really interesting because the Shaman just is like all removal, you know, minus the Thunderhead in hand. Like, it's just stuff, you know, answers for days, and the Warrior just has not gotten to the beatdown role yet, and they really need to turn the gas on because the gun is loaded for the Shaman. Epic's ready to go.
Yeah, and just anything, even if Nordovan is able to find those tools like you're talking about, I would imagine that the first, second, and third, potentially fourth rounds of threats generated by Nordovan's Warrior deck are going to get answered pretty handily. So they're really going to be leaning on their Dr. Boom hero power to try to find enough stuff to eventually kill this Shaman.
Right. So now actually Epic kind of going a little bit on offense. The Lightning Bolt going to face, and you know, the Lightning Bolt probably doesn't have a lot of targets in this Warrior deck. A lot of big health, like 5 health minions in the Warrior deck. So for them, it was, you know, Lightning Bolt going to face is probably the best chance they were going to get to use it. Plus, it generated a couple of sparks from the Thunderhead, but Militia Commander there to answer. So
Yeah.
finally, some minions starting to hit the table here on turn 6.
And just every time you get to cast spells as a Shaman, when you have Spirit of the Frog on the board, like we're saying, where there's little to no fear of accidentally fatiguing yourself to death with the amount of value generation this deck has.
Mm-hmm.
Every bonus turn, the Spirit of the Frog reminds me a lot of the Mana Tide Totem, which is another one of those just super high threat level cards, right? If you're playing against a control deck, there was a sort of a conventional wisdom, if Mana Tide draws 2 or 3 cards, the other person loses the game.
Right. Yeah, because and it's an interesting point. Like the Shaman for Epic has actually drawn 6 cards already. Like it's actually chewing through the deck pretty quickly, and you know that the Warrior deck traditionally doesn't draw nearly as quickly. So the Shaman's going to get to a position where they're going to start playing Elysiana games, you know, these big value games, much more quickly than
Actually,
the Warrior will.
Is Shaman forced to mill itself here? Because even if they cast Lightning Bolt,
Think so, yeah. Or they're gonna hex.
they're gonna hex and Earthshock their own guys. Oh man!
Wow. You know, I mean, in fairness, like the 1 mana spark was not worth burning a card over, so they had to find a way really quickly to burn a card, and they did by way of making sure there was nothing that could be drawn off of the Spirit of the Frog. But all the time in the world for Dr. Boom here. Oh, Swamp Queen Haggith is real nice though.
Yeah, and it is funny how Shaman's been on the board, you know, for quite a bit of this game, but they only managed to deal a total 3 health worth of damage,
Right,
to Nordovan's Warrior.
Well, it was the Lightning Bolt. See, it was a very important part of the game plan here. You know, that overload though, last turn locking out the Haggith, I think might be I don't think it's going to be game breaking, but it's a big deal because that's a lot of tempo to give up, you know, for that 1 point of overload.
Yeah, and it just really makes this turn really awkward. And they're in a similar problem, a similar situation to where they were at the end of last turn, where they have 10 cards and a lot of their cards generate cards.
Yeah,
so they're actually going to burn a copy of Witch's Brew.
Right. Just getting it out of hand just to draw some more cards, because look how quickly they're burning through this deck.
Wait, this is gonna mill too.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
they couldn't get the discover off of their haunting visions
Or maybe, well, the I think the discount.
because the frog, right? The spirit of the frog drew before they got to discover, and so they didn't get to.
Well, another lightning bolt heading downtown. So yeah, but look at this. They've got 9 cards in their deck. This deck is drawn almost. I'm flabbergasted, Bills, at how quickly this one Spirit of the Frog has been left alive, and it has just ripped through the Shaman deck.
Yeah, the velocity. They're actually. I wouldn't actually be surprised to see Nordavind leave this Spirit of the Frog on the board. Not only does it have Death Rattle, you get a 4-drop, but also, like you're saying, 10 cards. They're already ahead 10 cards.
Right. And yeah, like you can kind of see Nordavind. They're considering, they've got 6 damage available here, and they could even shield slam something if they really wanted to. And they're just leaving the Spirit of the Frog up. I guess they figure the damage is done, right? Like if we kill it, they get a random 4 mana. If we leave it up, then they've already drawn their whole deck. What's the difference?
And also interesting thing to think about with how Spirit of the Frog interacts with, because the bomb that Wrench Caliber shuffles is technically a 5-cost spell that you must draw into your hand, and then it casts itself.
Right.
So if
Hex would be cast, then
it would draw a bomb and immediately play it.
Wow.
Similarly, though, if you have a fistful of 10 cards and you draw a bomb and it mills it, it doesn't get cast because it has to like hit your hand, and then it gets cast. So if it gets milled directly off the top, then you actually don't have to take the damage.
Right, and this is an interesting position for Epic because they can protect themselves from bomb damage by keeping their hand full, but they would prevent themselves from being able to draw into Elysiana. Like Elysiana might get milled, so they have to burn a card here and take a bomb. Now, mind you, they're at 30 health. I don't think they're worried about taking bomb damage, but in those situations where you keep your hand full to burn bombs, there's a big downside. At least when you haven't drawn your in-game solution yet. Yeah,
and this Cragwall the Frog is going to be stranded until they're able to finally play a couple of cards, because they've been sitting on a full rack of ribs here for turns. They've been stuck with 10 cards in hand, which is a weird thing to say, right? Oh, they're stuck with 10 cards in hand.
Right. Why can't I hold all these cards? Well, I imagine that the Cragwell is going to have a lot more value when Hagatha comes down, because she's going to start generating some real goofball spells, and Cragwell getting a bunch of those spells back is a very attractive thought. Plus, Hagatha's going to generate a minion here by way of the Big Bad Voodoo. So 3/2 is not nothing. And
Mech Tag may or may not come up. I don't know. No, it looks like this list is actually not playing Ziliax. So
not even playing a Ziliax. Wow.
So we can get the very card you were talking about at the top of the match here, where a single Wrench Caliber swing plus Blastmaster Boom gives you a regular Dr. Boom. You can even actually load up a Clockwork Goblin and a Wrench Caliber swing and get you a 4 Boom Bot Blastmaster Boom if you like.
Yeah, and I wonder if Nordavind wants to hang on to that until there's a little bit more minion pressure from the Shaman, because those boom bots at this point would go face and just get healed off by Witch's Brew. So they may want to let some of that resolve first before they get maximum value out of the boom. But then there's something to be said for just slamming down a 7/7 and saying let's go.
Yeah, and it's also we've been talking quite a bit about the velocity of the draws through the Shaman deck. If they hit, we're going to see at least one bomb get shuffled and a hero power for 1 damage.
Okay, so here's my question, Bills. What is Nordavind waiting for?
Yeah, I am a little surprised. I guess one thing worthy of consideration is Shaman is going to be tempted to Archivist Elysiana pretty soon. So maybe they're thinking, we have to wait until the second Elysiana, which would of course come off of the Shudder Walk, before we can start shuffling bombs. Maybe that's a concern.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that the bombs are even really part of the in-game strategy here. Maybe they are. But my question is why not just play a Dr. Boom and just get a bunch of tempo on board?
Yeah, or even, I mean, there was obviously we hung about 8 mana. Just looking here, you don't want a 3/3, you know, for you don't want to have a 3/3 on board just to have.
It does, it does generate a bomb, and if they're trying to hold their bombs for for that post Elysiana scenario, then I can understand that. But I don't see any reason not to slam a Dr. Boom and just get a really good minion on board.
Yeah. Well, we will see now. We're going to actually see a Thunderhead and 2 Overload cards played, just for the value of generating some 1/1 rush tokens.
Right, and and reasonably so. Epic just, again, a lot of answers, not a lot of threat in hand. The Shutterwalk isn't doing a whole heck of a lot just yet. They definitely want to get Elysiana on board before they Shutterwalk, because that's part of the in-game scenario. So yeah, again, like the holding on. The big question for me is waiting for Blastmaster Boom to get more value later better than just slamming down a 7/7 now? And I guess so, because we've seen one hex that Epic played on their own minion just to clear space.
Right.
So there is still a hex available to them, and I'm guessing that Nordavind figures that hex is probably in hand. And if our only big threat is Dr. Boom, maybe we need to see that other hex first before we commit.
Yeah, and we've also seen Nordavind has also seen Epic Esports basically discard a 1 damage Hagatha scheme. So yeah, between the possibility of a much larger Hagatha scheme, now we've also seen both Lightning Storms get discarded. So
Yep.
I don't know if you can say with 100% certainty, but whatever the situation in Epic's hand right now, they feel like they have too many board clears. Feels like a pretty easy read.
Right. And now we see Nordavind commit to the bombs, and and I think there's this really delicate balance of do you dump in bombs when they're close to the end of the deck, or do you wait until the Elysiana, right? Because if you're at 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 cards, you may not have drawn Elysiana. Maybe you're not comfortable, even if you have her, maybe you're not comfortable playing it yet. So dumping in the bombs actually can generate some threat. So now Nordavind has went ahead and dumped in some bombs. Most of the bombs they can actually generate. And there's 8 cards in Epic's deck. Well, actually, so 3 of those are bombs.
Yeah.
So if the calculation is, if you have you not drawn Elysiana yet, then we're gonna put cards in the way, and maybe make you take some damage before you can get to her.
Yeah, and speaking of damage, you brought up the question before, and I'll just go ahead and bring it up again. How big of a Dr. Boom do you need, and is now a good time?
Well, this is as big as he's gonna get. This would be maximum bombs. Zentimo's effective duplicating the zap there allowed Epic to clear the board. So Dr. Boom would be 6 boom bots guaranteed here. So this is as good as he's gonna get.
Yeah, maximum, and you still can get the value off your hero power if you like. You can play but it looks like we're gonna see a security rover, and now is still not the time in Nordavind's mind. It's not time to play the Blastmaster yet.
I am eternally curious what our analysts are talking about right now. They're often in a quiet room where we can't hear their commentary.
Yep.
I'd love to hear their thoughts on this delay of the Dr. Boom, because Nordavind definitely has a plan, and I don't know what that plan is, but we are now to a point where Hagatha is going to finally hit the table, and both versions of Hagatha now on the board.
Yeah, and this is actually gonna once again put them to 10 cards. And actually, I wonder if that's what they're talking about. Like, we also have to play Mutate this turn, right, guys? Like we because this is gonna give us 10 cards one more time.
Yep. And I love the what is the minion called that Hagatha makes? Is she a swamp horror?
It is a just a 5/5 horror.
Okay, but it can do some
Yeah.
really great stuff. Like I've seen it roll, like you could roll like bloodlusts.
Yeah,
You know,
Stormbringer for maximum craziness.
Yeah, like you can do some really nutty stuff. So they went with. Let's see if we can see what this makes.
Yeah, it looks like Lightning Storm and Big Bad
Big
Voodoo are the
okay,
battle
so-
cry, both
so
for itself.
for-
Oh, the Drustvar horror.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Look at that. That's a great roll off of the evolve there. Got to outkill the Windlord. Doesn't clear the security rover though.
No, Security Rover just is not amused.
No, the security rover, which is going to 6 health soon. By the way, if it wasn't good enough already.
Right.
So Drustvar horror. Okay, so the horror is going to cast Lightning Storm, going to get us a board clear, and then Big Bad Voodoo to get some more minion stickiness. So that's a pretty good minion.
Yeah, and you get to target that Big Bad Voodoo, if I'm not mistaken. So you can actually put it on this Alec here, for
Oh, wow.
example, assuming it survives. I would be
I
very surprised
don't
if it
think
actually survives.
You're right.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to live. And question, and maybe you know this, does the Drustvar horror spells get picked back up by Kragwa? I don't think so.
Oh, that's a good question. They
think-
are picked up by Shutterwalk, but I don't.
I
Oh
don't
gosh,
think so.
you know, that's
I'm
tough.
going to say
This is-
no,
Yeah.
because the horror specifies play, right?
Well, it says
Or not,
cast.
so not-
actually.
I'm sorry. Kragwa specifies played.
Oh yeah,
So-
you're right. You're
so I
right.
don't think so. All right, there's the first
of those
bomb.
bombs.
And there's Elysiana finally coming into hand now for Epic Esports. They're actually starting to feel a little bit of pressure. Some of the magnetic effects plus Dr. Boom's rush effect has gotten Nordavind to secure the board. Nordavind's got a full grip of removal themselves. They've got removal for days, and they're in a superior position on the board. So now Epic is in a position where they have to consider starting to use some of their own defensive tools and start calculating when is Elysiana gonna be part of the game plan.
Yeah, right now, just so 2 out of 5 cards in their deck are bombs, and so that's just all of a sudden they have to think about, you know, if our next draw is runner bombs, which is not that unlikely, we have effectively 10 health.
Yeah.
And that's not a lot.
No, that's almost lethal, as a matter of fact, and it is lethal if you account for a weapon being in play. So Spirit of the Frog coming down generates a Blazing Invocation, and it's going to get Big Bad Voodooed along with this Lightning Storm.
Did they get the chance to play Soul of the Murlocs? It looked like they were trying to. They were hovering over Soul of the Murlocs, but I don't know if
They
they actually
did.
they did. Okay.
So a couple of Murlocs hidden underneath those minions as well.
All right. So now, as Nordavind right now, you're mousing over their deck. You know they have 5 cards in their deck. You can increase it to 6 if you wanted to with your Wrench Caliber. Send that face. Send your Microbots and Guard Bots face. But I also see them hovering over Blastmaster Boom, and you know he's ready. He's been ready to go in, Coach, and now I'm sure the conversation is happening. Is now the time for Blastmaster
Right.
Boom?
Because one of the things to consider, so here is maybe the consideration. Maybe I've been glossing over this very obvious thing, but they are holding Warpath along with Dr. Boom.
Mhm.
And if you play Dr. Boom plus Warpath, you can just send a bunch of damage all over the opposing board. Now, that's only relevant if the opposing board is clean. At this point, we see that they have minions, so some of those boom bots are going to go to minions. But Shield Slam here to make sure that they can trade into the 1/1. And now they're going to start generating a ton of pressure here. So this actually could set up a potential lethal off of the bomb run.
And just so much healing coming out of this turn for them as well. They heal up to 30 life as well as up to 12. There's a bomb. Runner
Okay, so-
bombs? Oh, wait a minute. So this is a huge walking fountain draw, sorry.
Yeah, it is. Holy smokes, they needed that healing, and they needed it badly. So another mystery of the Nordavind strategy here. They did not push a boombot into the Murloc.
Oh yeah, because they have rush, and they actually opted not to detonate the Spirit of the Frog, or they just want to have the recurring board pressure, maybe. The
I'm not
one
sure.
damage. I don't. Yeah.
Because in my mind I'm thinking if that Boombot trades into the Murloc, it's a slim chance, but there's a chance that it puts 4 damage on the face, on the Shaman face, and then 2 bombs is just game.
Yeah, which they have.
And I'm not sure what the value is of leaving that Boombot on board.
And we actually see the overload for 2 mana is making it a little bit awkward. Oh my gosh, this Hagatha scheme is going to result in a lot of Boombot throws. Let's see where they go.
Yeah, it is, and the generated minions at least eat some of it. They actually get a very fortunate roll there, and manage to just barely stave off lethal. Jeklik of all cards actually eating a bomb to make sure they don't die on that sequence, and they managed to squeeze off 1 Witch's Brew to not die from a single bomb next turn.
Gosh, with 2 casts of Witch's Brew already this game for a total of 4 healing. That is just so atypical for that card.
Yeah, this Nordavind play has been at times a little obtuse, but it's worked. I mean, Epic's down to 7, and they're staring down bombs coming out of their deck, and they haven't had a chance to do Elysiana. Now they could do Elysiana next turn if they live, and erase those bombs in the deck.
So if you're Nordavind, I know me just sitting here armchair generaling, I am very tempted to burn a copy of Warpath, get that Wrench Caliber in hand, and shuffle another bomb in there and give him a 50-50 for just runner draws. Or no, that would actually put him at a single draw for lethal damage. Right, because that would be Warpath to clear this. They don't get any healing. Wrench Caliber deals 3.
That's exactly what they're doing, Bills. They're gonna dump that bomb in. Let's go.
Here you go. Hold this wrench for a second.
1 bomb. They are more likely than not to just die on the bomb play here. So
and the open disrespect Warpath spin. There it is.
Right. And the bomb is gonna finish it off. So Nordavind takes the first game with the Bomb Warrior over the Control Shaman, and I think that's, from Epic's perspective, that's probably a little bit expected. I think they know full well that the Shaman is not going to win through the series, right? They probably have to let something pass through, and the Warrior had really good numbers against Epic's lineup, so I think they had to let the Warrior go. Now the series begins for Epic Esports.
And that was such a strange series of problems for Epic to have to deal with. Just a full grip of cards for so many turns. And then because they drew so aggressively, we talked about how rapidly Spirit of the Frog chewed through their deck. All of a sudden, Nordavind's decision to sort of hold some bomb generation until towards the end of that deck. They were just out. They had to discard a healing card already. They'd had to discard a lightning storm, 2 lightning storms. They sort of just let. It felt sort of like rope-a-dope, right? The Warrior just sort of let them wear themselves out, and then threw a bunch of bombs in their deck.
That's a great way to describe that. It was rope-a-dope, right? Just let them play themselves out. But now we're gonna see the Cyclone Mage now versus the Tempo Rogue. So this is another interesting one. I think we talked about this a little bit, like some of the explosive damage that could come out of the Tempo Rogue before, now no longer part of the package. So it's a much slower deck than it was. So now does it give the mage time enough to draw into some really crazy stuff? And so their opening hand is pretty good for crazy stuff for the mage.
Yeah, we actually see some pretty okay hands because, Coin SI7 Agent, Coin Evil Miscreant on 2, those are perfectly reasonable, perfectly good rogue feeling kind of turns. Yeah. But like you said, we already see Ray of Frost, Mana Cyclone, Elemental Evocation. We're just one Sorcerer's Apprentice from going completely crazy.
This rogue hand it was already pretty good. It's now really good.
Yeah, we've Edwin Van Cleef. He's one of the roguiest rogue cards that rogues have ever rogued.
Right, and there have been some competitive players who have said that Edwin Van Cleef probably needs to be retired. into the wild set. But two activators. You've got two combo cards. You've got three combo cards now with Edwin. You can, and the one thing the Cyclone Mage doesn't do well against is really wide boards, and it's not a difficult thing for Nordavin's Rogue here to generate 4 Miscreants this turn if they wanted to.
Yeah, and we see, so this particular version of Mage is opting not for a polymorph to deal with large threats like an Edwin Van Cleef or a large magnetic minion, instead opting for a single copy of Snap Freeze, and obviously all of the spells that gets generated over the course of crazy Mana Cyclone turns.
Yeah, and plenty of ways to freeze for the Cyclone Mage. You've got the double Ray of Frost. You've got Frost Nova. So there are ways to go, and that's a big draw that I know Epic likes to see there. The Mountain Giant now in hand, and Nordavin just tempoing out a 3/3 to start applying some pressure.
Yeah, the old tempo SI7 agent is a very unrogue thing to do.
Right. And I think that's probably a fair play. I think they have Edwin Van Cleef in hand. That's gonna be one of the ways they can create a winning board state versus this mage. So they're not gonna burn combo effects on 2 damage. They want to hold all these combo pieces for Edwin Van Cleef.
Oh yeah, and that they have a lot of their cards are inexpensive. They also have the Shadow Step if they really need, a really cheap SI7 agent to deal 2 damage for some reason. But like you're saying, like next turn they have their nice Henge Clan Burglar for 4, and then on turn 5 they have a bunch of very cheap things and combos and spells and stuff to potentially pump out a big Van Cleef on turn 5.
Yeah, and check this out. Epic actually expending their Rays of Frosts now to get a little bit of help from the Mana Cyclone. They're going to see if they get a good payoff here. Fireball, Arcane Explosion, Blast Wave. So Blast Wave that's actually an interesting card here because all those lackeys are 1/1s.
Yeah, Blast Wave has the possibility of generating, almost being a Mana Cyclone on its own.
Yeah. So that could have implications down the road. They could even use it in combination with Arcane Explosion to work down the health on a slightly healthier board. And because if they put up for instance Mirror Image 2 health, Mana Cyclone 2 health, if they just need to Blast Wave their own stuff and get a bunch of new cards, a fresh hand, they could do that.
Yeah, and also the ability to split it amongst 2 explosions allows you to get through. We already see the Ziliax in hand that has of course the Divine Shield. There's a lot of stuff in here that has 3 health. So just being able to get that damage a couple of times over the course, especially in conjunction with Sorcerer's Apprentice, just put some potential really powerful turns through the spells that the Cyclone Mage has access to. But here he is, an 8/8 Van Cleef.
Yeah,
Can you deal with it?
Well, Nordavins, they saw Epic go ahead and expend 2 Rays of Frost off of the same card for the twin spell. So they probably felt like, hey, if you just burned half of the Rays in your deck, then we're gonna go with the Edwin. But they had another one off the top of the deck, and Edwin's gonna be taking a timeout for the time being.
Oh yeah, he's headed straight for the penalty box. Oh no.
Well, if anybody's gonna end up at the penalty box, I feel like it's Edwin Van Cleef.
Yeah, that's now that as soon as you said it out loud, it's like that actually sounds really appropriate. That makes a lot of sense.
This is the most rogue thing that Edwin Van Cleef has ever done was earn himself 10 minutes in the box. So.
10 minutes in the box. Coming into the hand for Rogue, we see a Life Drinker off the top. I don't imagine where that's going to see play at any particular speed. I would not at all be surprised to see this Henge Clan Burglar hit the board and just sort of see what other kind of what sort of mischief we can get into.
Yeah.
Totemic Smash.
Well, the Book of Specters is really interesting too. Like the spell density in the Rogue deck is not terribly high, so I think there's a good opportunity to actually get some good stuff. And then the lackey that generates the rush, the Goblin lackey, actually gives the Burglar 5 attack, which actually clears the Giant. And I feel like that's actually the reason for playing that. They weren't looking for the card; they were looking for that 4 attack stat to trade away that Giant.
Yeah, that's a great point. The the 5 damage into a giant is one of those key break points where it's just because it's a lot easier for the rogue to find 2 or 3 damage than it is for them to find. Oh, wait, what?
Look at this play. They actually use the Conjurer's Calling to kill the Van Cleef.
Huh?
That's a fine use of of the spell. And it's one of those. I feel like Conjurer's Calling was one of those cards that felt like when it was being concepted, they said this is how to make this card fair, right? You can destroy any minion in the game, but you might generate 2 more minions that might be the same or better, but it ends up getting used 98% of the time on your own stuff, right?
Yeah.
But here is actually probably one of the intended uses. Like, oh, you got an 8/8 Van Cleef, no problem. We'll knock it down to 3/6 in stats.
Yeah, I could just imagine that boardroom meeting where it's like, well, we have to give Mage away besides just Polymorph to deal with huge magnetic minions and big Van Cleaves and all of these things. Maybe we'll give them Conjurer's Calling.
Yeah, seems fair. And now this Book of Specters actually getting leveraged by the Rogue, and they get 2 out of 3 hits. And they've already used a bunch of their combo pieces, so I think they're okay losing that backstab there.
Yeah, and they actually, just like you were saying, they had already spent. They already had. Spent backstab, shadow step, eviscerate already in hand, and so that really just leaves Myra, that backstab that just got discarded. So yeah, getting 2 out of 3 off of that particular Book of Specters was not unlikely. We're going to go ahead and blink Fox to go ahead and activate any future Vendetta draws or anything like that, I'd imagine.
Yeah, the Rogue hand is a little slow at the moment. There's a lot of minions that kind of play fair. They just hit the board and hang around and wait for their turn to attack. But it's board pressure, and Nordavind does need to kind of get this ball rolling before Epic draws into a big giant turn with Khadgar.
A pyromaniac. Hey, it's a spider tank.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder if that triggers with the dagger. I feel like it doesn't, but it'd be kind of cool if it did.
Yeah.
So the Blast Wave actually getting deployed now to get those. They picked up a Flame Strike.
I'm interested in
Blast
the order
Wave
of this. Did they not want to get 2 cards off Blast Wave?
I guess not. Maybe they didn't think that one all the way through. Yeah, because if they Arcane Explosion first, they still clear 2, but then they get 2 cards off of the Blast Wave.
Yeah, I guess this way they don't end up with 10 cards in hand. If they had gone in the other order, would they have been stuck with 10 cards and really just wanting to find a Sorcerer's Apprentice to really turn this hand on?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the last thing they want to do is burn their second Mountain Giant.
Oh yeah, that's a great point too. Another Mountain Giant, one of those. We're getting up into those mana turns where you only need 1 or 2 creatures on board to be able to play Sea Giant into Conjurer's Calling as well.
Yeah, right. So now Nordavind back in the position where they're trying to develop a little bit of offense here. Scorch just going to be probably 4 mana 4/4 or 4 mana 4 damage for the foreseeable future. So yeah, Nordavind just playing out 3/3s to develop some offense.
And
actually going to get answered by the Flame Strike.
There's the Flame Strike. Yeah, not quite enough mana to Sea Giant and then Flame Strike. That would of course be the preferred possibility, but we're only at 8 mana, and I've made this mistake already during this cast. They only have 8 mana, not 10.
or 14.
Correct.
As the case may be. This is kind of a scenario earlier we talked about, with the Mana Cyclone and in this case Blast Wave generating random cards. There's no way for Nordavind to account for something like Flame Strike, right? So there might even be value in just hanging on to that Flame Strike for a bigger board, because Nordavind still has 7 cards in hand. They've got threat to play, and I can imagine that Epic doesn't want to burn something so valuable like Flame Strike, where this mage generally has a really hard time dealing with wide boards.
True, and actually a Flame Strike is one of the ways that you can actually punch through the stealth on one of those spirits of the shark.
Yeah.
Not a lot of options. It's certainly very few run in deck for the mage. Actually, probably none, if I'm being honest, for ways natively inside the deck. But this is actually going to go ahead and be a Mana Cyclone turn.
Yeah, and the Epic looked like they were really trying hard not to fill the hand to 10, but they were running down to the rope and they had to get it moving, and they ended up getting a full grip here. So the next card they burn could be a big deal.
Yeah, if that Mountain Giant comes off the top, like you were talking about, that would just be because you'd love to have a 3-mana Mountain Giant that you can go ahead and start dropping Conjurer's Calling onto.
Mm-hmm.
Khadgar off the top would be.
Yeah. Well, I think Khadgar's really the bigger one they hate to burn here, because they have a Sea Giant. They can use that in combination with Khadgar.
True.
So the Mountain Giant wouldn't be the worst thing. I think Khadgar actually is the big disaster. But maybe they'll just burn something not useful. Maybe another magic trick or something. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
It being my favorite card art notwithstanding, it probably is a really good. That would be a good mill for a magic trick to go down. They're just like you prophesized a couple turns ago. Scorch for 4.
Yeah, and yeah, now they're just starting to dump in the damage. Nordavin's kind of feeling like Epic's had some real whiff turns. No Giants not doing a whole heck of a lot of activity on the board. They can start pressure in the face, and maybe even top deck a Leroy scenario. Banana Buffoon probably okay to burn off the top, I would imagine.
Wait, how much damage can they do if they Shark, Life Drinker, Kobold Lackey from hand? That's 6 from the Life Drinker, and then another 4 from the Lackey.
So that plus dagger would, even if Epic clears the board, like there's a potential to set up lethal right out of hand.
Wow. So I wonder if Epic can. It feels like Epic has to not only clear the board, because if Nordavind is allowed to maintain their board, they'll get through these 2 mirror images.
Yeah.
So they need to clear the board and heal. Do they have the read? Because this is a pretty specific combination of cards, but not that unlikely, because obviously the Kobold Lackey is not a main deck inclusion, but Shark, Life Drinker, those are. Okay, they're going to go ahead and clear the board.
Yeah, I feel like clearing the board here is just safe, period. I don't think there's any reason why they push damage there. They're so far on the back foot. They just need to eliminate any possibility of Nordavind sneaking out lethal from hand, which if they can get rid of these mirror images, they can definitely do. But not quite there, although they are reaching for the Spirit of the Shark, so they're ready to turn on the shenanigans.
Yeah, maybe this is a turn where you actually, because they have, if they Shark, they have 6 cards. If they Novice Engineer, they go down to 5 and they draw 2. They can Novice again, draw another 2. They can actually start cranking through their deck this turn if they want to.
And you know what, though? We talked about Flame Strike being the only way to power through the stealth on the Spirit of the Shark. Nordavind may be planting the Spirit of the Shark here, trying to plan for next turn lethal with the 10 out of hand like we were talking about. So this Flame Strike actually could be a very big deal.
Yeah, it's going to be a pivotal way to... Oh, there's Leroy.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And we're going to go ahead and send the 4 damage from the Kobold Lackey straight to the face. Set him to 7. Oh man, this is getting tense.
Wow. So this is one of those cases where how much stuff do you play around, right? So a dagger will clear the first mirror image. If they had a Kobold Lackey, they could clear the second one, but they don't.
Yeah, not yet.
All they got to do is find a way to clear that second mirror image, and then Leroy can head downtown.
Oh man, we're actually gonna go ahead and see a banana on the mirror image just to take away the potential dagger hit. And Mages decided to start doing some downtown damage shipment of its own.
Yeah, well, Sap is one way to get through the taunts, but as you noted, very heads-up play by Epic, and getting that mirror image out of range of the dagger hit. So now Nordavind still trying to assemble lethal here. Now they have to worry about counter lethal. There's got to be in the back of their minds the possibility of one of those random spell effects having generated Fireball.
Oh yeah, Fireball, Frostbolt. Just the possibility of direct damage, a Pyroblast, right? just a lot of possibilities, especially since there's been bonus spell generation from Blast Wave from earlier, and 2 Cyclones worth of spell generation as well.
So the sap on the Sea Giant eases quite a lot of pressure off the board, and we see Nordavind considering the Zilliax to both heal and clear one of these taunts out of it. So they are definitely respecting the possibility of burn from hand having been generated from those random spell effects.
So I would assume you send the Zilliax into the O2, right? So you get to keep your Divine Shield and potentially heal for 9 off this Zilliax. Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. I would say that is 100% the way to go. And man, Epic is got to be sweating bullets here. They're at 7 health. And I feel like they know. They Epic has a sense that Nordavind has assembled a lethal combination. They're just waiting for the taunts to get out of the way. And every play has been just Nordavind trying to clear the way for the damage from hand.
Yeah, Nordavind just it's funny, there's probably a moment on Epic Esports side, like, maybe they'll sap this Nozari and we can heal to full.
Oh wow. Yeah, I suspect that Nordavind is probably smarter than that and will never ever do that. But you know, the stranger things have happened. You know, it's been a long tournament. You know, people get tired, people make mistakes, but wow, look at that snap freeze. Oh man, what a big pickup off the top to clear the Zilliax and squelch that healing effect. So now this will set Nordavind to 13 unless they trade away the Miscreant. Yeah, I don't hate that. I wouldn't want to leave a Miscreant on board to get Shadow Stepped.
Yeah, that's a great point. Oh, wait a minute. This is it.
So
this is it.
That was it. Vendetta was what they needed. They needed some way to clear that last taunt. That's going to do it. Leroy plus a dagger is going to send it home. So Nordavind's going to go up 2-0 in the series. Epic struggling so hard to find a weakness in the armor of this Nordavind team. So now this leaves, what is the last deck available?
That leaves that leaves Nordavind's own Cyclone Mage 3 chances to try to win a game.
So let's just talk for a second that Nordavind is a great squad. Nordavind also has Hunter Ace, who won Worlds with a Conjurer Mage. So they are very, very well versed in this deck. But Epic knows that this is the last deck, and they queued up the Holy Wrath Paladin. This is the deck they brought as part of this lineup to specifically go after this mage. So we're going to see Nordavind trying to go to win one game while Epic tries to get this lineup that they designed to beat Mage, to go 3-0 basically against the Mage. This is going to be a heck of a run here.
Yeah, and it's like you said, at the conclusion of the Shaman game, and you could make the argument for now at the conclusion of that Rogue versus Mage game, the series begins now. This is the deck that Epic was trying to somewhat corner in their overall lineup strategy. The problem is when you give a deck 3 chances, even in the most unfavorable matchups, if you give a deck 3 chances, especially with the squad that Nordavind has, you don't want to give them all 3 chances to win, even if all 3 of them are teched specifically against them.
Not at all. And the Cyclone Mage specifically has gotten a reputation for being able to win out of nowhere. That there have been many games that have been reversed absolutely on its ear out of just the amount of random effects and cost reductions that the deck can generate. So it's a risky proposition to give this deck 3 chances at anything, and I think Nordavind knew that, and that's why we haven't seen it until now.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of a psychological element of the contest. Like you said, it's been a long day. This is the highest. This is for all the marbles, right? They're playing for the complete. And Nordavind knew that their mage potentially being targeted, so they're gonna make Epic play as many games as possible.
And you saw how quickly they snapped into this game. Like, Epic knew exactly what they were doing. They're like, okay, it's time to go. Let's just run down the list. You know, highest probability to lowest probability to beat this mage. And man, look at that Sandbinder top decking the Mountain Giant. The pressure is going to be on right away for Epic.
I'm actually surprised they decided not to discard the coin there, just because they're gonna mill whatever the next card is. But I guess the coin might be just more valuable than any card they could draw in their mind.
Well, right. Like they got the they burnt
Oh.
Khadgar! Oh!
Okay.
Wow, that was the exact scenario we talked about in the last game. Where is burning something like Khadgar worth holding onto the coin or some other small spell? And yikes, big yikes, Bills.
Yes, yikes. I did say yikes. Pretty much sums that up.
I mean, you can still win without Khadgar, but man, oh man, that's gotta hurt.
And we're gonna go ahead and see. Oh man, Conjurer's calling off the magic trick. That's great.
Jeez. Well, that kind of makes up for the loss of Khadgar.
Yeah, that's right. You get an extra 2. I wonder if over the course of this game you'd actually rather have, instead of Khadgar, a 3rd copy of Conjurer's Calling, just because this Paladin is going to be able to do stuff. It has a, it's not playing the Equality Pyromancer, but it is playing Shrink Ray Pyromancer.
Right. Yeah, you can you can go Shrink Ray Consecrate, you can go Shrink Ray Pyromancer to clear the board. So I think you're absolutely right. I think there's probably more value in steady repetitive threat generation rather than one huge board which gets cleared by 2 cards from the Paladin.
Yeah, we actually see inside the Paladin's hand already one of those copies of Shrink Ray, as well as a Prismatic Lens to potentially find the other one. Shrivala also already in hand. If the mage is ever able to put on a lot of board pressure, and for some reason Paladin is just missing a key card or 2 to deal with a board immediately, Shrivala just represents a bunch of healing, especially as that cost goes down. Currently unplayable. I think it's sitting at 19, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But eventually that's going to hit 0, and you can heal for 7, still banker it.
And, Nordovin is actually... the specific play and specific board state they've created here, the reason why they played a giant now instead of waiting for a bigger turn with a Conjurer's Call is the position you want to put the Paladin in is choosing between drawing cards and clearing the board, because you're never going to have enough mana to do both. So they're saying, okay, you either have to answer this board, or take the face damage while you draw and get to your win condition. And as you can see, Epics decided to take a little face damage here, thinking that they can handle this board at a later time while they kind of set up a better draw state next turn.
It's so funny. They're looking across like, 10 damage? We can take that.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Shrivala is a heck of a card.
Yeah.
If you're alive long enough to realize Shrivala's healing power, it'll get you out of some really sticky situations. Now, Nordovin here freezing the Acolyte to again shut off the draw. So again, Nordovin trying to just choke out their ability to draw their cards, because that's how the Paladin wins the game.
Yeah, it's like you said, the Paladin is always trying to balance between spending its life and clearing boards and drawing, right? It's trying to do 3 things at the same time, and it oftentimes doesn't have the mana to do all 3 simultaneously. And by locking out this Acolyte of Pain, you're making it even more difficult for them to do all 3 corners of that triangle simultaneously. We see a Pyromancer come into hand. Is this board threatening enough to Shrink Ray Pyromancer? Or other way around, Pyromancer Shrink Ray?
I think it is. I think you have to cut this off. You've seen Khadgar get burned, so you're not too worried about them going super wide. So defuse the situation, draw a card. It's the best you're going to hope for. And, I think your big hope is that they don't have another big threat, which Rabble Bouncer is not a terribly big threat.
No, and we've actually seen a couple of times over the course of just this semifinals and finals round, it can be, you can get some kind of lackluster 7 cost cards off of Conjurer's Calling. There's a lot of 5/5s, which aren't terrible, but that's not the kind of mustard you're looking for when you're spending a Conjurer's Calling. Right,
and True Silver actually does a fine job of answering the Rabble Rouser or Rabble Bouncer, which they're actually going to hold. They're gonna wait for. I guess they're gonna wait for the Conjurer's Calling, because as you noted, 5/5 is pretty common as a result, which the True Silver champion can clear in combination with other things.
Mhm.
and the 2 damage not super threatening, and they're not worried about the taunt either. Their game plan specifically is to ignore the board.
Yeah,
Taunts,
there's
who needs taunts?
the health is the health and board state. If the paladin is allowed to do everything it wants to do, the health and board state is almost irrelevant until you start getting up into those like odd warrior or unchecked Dr. Boom like 70 health life totals. Which mage can't do. Mage can't get to 70.
So this is kind of an interesting state. This is Nordovin's kind of running out of juice, so they're just going to burn everything. It looks like here, and go for the mana cyclone to see what they can get out of the box. They can go down all the way to 0 mana, elemental invocation, and get a whole fresh hand of stuff.
And what is in the stuff? What is in the stuff box?
That's a lot of stuff. So some board clear, some random minions in your hand. Cone of Cold's not terribly useful. Bookless Spectres actually is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm interested
Arcane
to see.
Intellect is not bad. Actually, that was a pretty bad roll, I feel like, off the Mana Cyclone.
Yeah, interesting how the Darkmire Moonkin is actually going to power up the Cone of Cold and Flame Strike if it survives.
Neither of which really matter because, again, the Paladin is just trying to go over the top with 50 damage at the end of the game. So it's may not matter. I think just having the board pressure is really all they're worried about here. This is still 10 damage on board.
Yeah. It is, though. We were just talking about it. Every time you conjure is calling a 7 cost card and you get like a 2/8, that's just not the kind of board presence you want to get. We're going to go ahead and see a Crystalsmith Kangor Ziliax for some 6 health healing and a little bit of slowing the board down. Obviously, it also synergizes with the True Silver Champion. That's actually going to heal them all the way to 27.
Yeah, big heal there. And you mentioned the 7 mana minion spot, not the best random result you can get out of Conjurer's Calling, and I think that's why Rabble Bouncer has kind of found its way out of a lot of these lists. People opting to trade that out for Antonidas and some other alternative threat vectors. Because we've seen today it's been a little underwhelming when the Rabble Bouncer is the only thing you got.
Yeah, and I was actually just checking the deck list to see if this mage was playing Antonidas, like you were saying, because that's one where the Darkmire Moonkin would potentially be spicy in the future. But no, they're actually opting for both copies of Rabble Bouncer instead.
Yeah. This is it's kind of a better shout against aggro decks where if you go super wide like a Token Druid or a Zulok, you can get a very cheap Rabble Bouncer, fight for the board, and then Conjure Call it later. But obviously not helpful against Holy Wrath Paladin.
No,
look at this Shooting Star, though, is actually going to clear the board thanks to that Boomkin.
Would you play? Wow, is that a Spirit of the Shark? It sure is.
Wow.
Nordovind.
Well, if there were any good battle cries, that would be something. But there are not. There are in fact no. Well, there's the Hollowmancer in the hand.
Yeah.
For
and that's not even a battle cry. That's just
just a aura effect.
If somehow they're able to combo Spirit of the Shark with another big Mana Cyclone turn, they can draw 20 cards and not hold 10 of them.
So interestingly, Epic went for the Prismatic Lens, which draws 2 cards, but it appears that they have drawn all of their minions, and only Hammer of Wrath came out of the Prismatic Lens. So the draw engine actually slowed down just by accident for Epic. And that's what Nordovin's been wanting to do. They want to slow down the draw as much as they can, and it's just come out naturally this way. Both Baleful Bankers coming out, Shivala coming out, and Pyromancers, they've drawn them all.
Yeah, and 4 mana, draw 1. It's hard enough to draw cards and clear boards and keep yourself healthy. When you have to spend 4 mana to draw a single card, that just makes it even more difficult.
And Shivala actually getting utilized to clear the board here and get bounced into the deck for the first Baleful Banker to kind of give Epic some more life in this game. But the second Mountain Giant's just been drawn by Nordovind, so they have now just drawn into more pressure, and it's this challenging game for Epic's only going to continue in the same vein as it's been.
And it's so funny with this Moonkin in play, because that just means these 2 copies of Shooting Star that Nordavind has picked up off of their random spell generation effects are 1 mana deal 9, technically.
Right.
Which,
yeah. 3 by 3, yeah.
which is like sort of like a miniature Flame Strike for 1 mana. They also have the option of potentially freezing out this Shirvala if they want to, but I wonder if it... So in terms of priority, Shirvala is obviously very threatening. Since they saw only a single draw and then they saw the spell come out, they know that the other Baleful Banker is in hand.
Yeah.
I'm curious, is there enough room for you to just turn on the gas as Nordavind, basically freeze this Shirvala and then ignore it? Looks like no.
Yeah, I think it's worth clearing. You've got enough pressure on board to really do quite a lot of damage. If Epic doesn't come up with any answers, the big one they're looking for, obviously Shrink Ray, but they've this is almost lethal for Nordavind. Like they're basically putting them on a 2-turn clock. So once again, just asking the question of Epic, can you clear this before you run into your win condition at the end of your deck.
Oh, and there's one of the things that you can do to just completely ignore a board for a turn, is that timeout we see come into the hand. The timing of those can be very important, because if you can structure your turns in such a way that you can like double timeout into win the game, you get to win the game, as you probably gathered from that.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it this way, like every timeout and every Shrink Ray represents. Oh, they're going for the Holy Wrath there. That was dicey, but I think that was worth it. That was basically a 1-5 to win the game on the spot.
And just draw a little bit further. They have both copies of timeout in their hand already, so yeah, they just need to get them below 20. It almost doesn't matter what that hit for, as long as it got them below 25, just because they'll be able to, like you were saying, time out 2 turns in a row. And as long as that health total is 25 or less, they could just basically super freeze the game, right? This is like an even sturdier Frost Nova that they're playing right now, because they just can't take damage. Right,
exactly. You thought ice block was bad. Boy, this is a little bit worse, at least for a turn. But yeah, so I was gonna say that what the timeout effectively does is it just advances the game by 1 turn, which also means you draw 1 card, right? So if you have 3 cards in your deck and you have 2 timeouts as the Holy Paladin, you win, because there's just no way for the opponent to win the game at that point. And the Shrink Ray also represents a turn, as long as you're not playing against a deck with a lot of burn, which this deck does not have.
Oh my gosh, Cone of Cold on their own mirror images.
Yeah, just to make room on the deck. So, and then Flash of Light also represents a draw. So this is actually gonna be game, Bills. This is actually what they needed. Now they can draw a card off the Flash of Light, time out for a turn, and then on the next turn they will draw into their lethal. They can also do it with the Prismatic Lens here. So yeah, this is just it. Timeout and game.
Oh my gosh, a 25 mana Humility.
Yeah, well, if there was a spell that needed to take one for the team, Humility is definitely the one here.
Oh yeah, and it's like you said, all of the board states and all of the everything leading up to this point have been rendered totally irrelevant by becoming invincible for 2 turns, and Mage can't get above 25 health, because they have expended a Holy Wrath already. So if they could get up to 26 or 28 health somehow, then the single Holy Wrath would be insufficient to do it on its own. But there's also already a Consecration in hand, though, so they can actually deal 27 from hand regardless of board state.
Yeah, and no way to heal or gain armor either. Just means that Nordavind's just kind of just playing this out just to see what they can generate off of random effects, just in case. You can never think of every single possibility in Hearthstone, so you may as well just roll the dice a couple times and see what happens.
Yeah. What if they hit that? Oh my gosh, it's a new card that came out with the League of Evil expansion that makes your hero untargetable. The spell word jeweler or something like that.
Oh goodness, I don't remember. Like that's one of those ones that has not really seen any play. But this is the combo, folks. It's 0 mana Shrivala, Baleful Banker, Holy Wrath draws the Shrivala in the deck for 25 damage because you check the original mana count as opposed to the discounted count. And that's going to put Epic on the board now. So they 1 out of 3 of these mage kills down for Epic Esports. So
right.
Still to go is the warrior. No, not the warrior. The shaman
and their
and
own
the mage mirror. Yeah. This is going to be. Oof. That's probably going to be the last one they queue.
Yeah. That's such a volatile matchup, mage v mage, that I'd imagine you'd rather make your opponents play a bunch of mage games first, just to maybe you can get them. Maybe you could foment some disagreement, in their team dynamic. Maybe there's some outside the game stuff you can take advantage of if you make them lose 2 in a row heading into the mage beer when it's such a volatile matchup and there's so many decision points you have to make, or so many decisions you have to make at various points in the game throughout the match, that anything you can do, no matter how slight. I don't fault Epic at all for trying to leverage those.
And I'm really interested to see this shaman deck in action because we've said many times this lineup was designed to go after the mage, and whether or not the shaman can get there, I'm curious because I've seen this deck played plenty against aggressive strategies, never against the Cyclone Mage. So I'm really looking forward to this, and I can see like Zentimo Hex, those kind of shenanigans, a big Hagatha scheme to clear off the giant boards. I can see those things, but I've never actually seen them played.
Yeah, maybe we won't have to imagine anymore. Maybe we'll actually get to see the big old fireworks and explosions happen. And Zentimo, exactly like you're saying, we actually see it in hand already. Zentimo is one of those cards that allows you to get so much more effect out of your spell effects, because a single hex, like you're saying, because like it's not a giant on board, it's giant boards, and a single hex is oftentimes insufficient to deal with that. But a triple hex that you only have to spend 1 hex to actually affect, that's much better against 3 or 4 giants.
Yeah, and Haunting Visions, also an important part of that formula as well, because it has a pretty good chance of discovering another hex. So it's got ways to really get this thing going. And yeah, look, Nordavind just tempoing out the Sorcerer's Apprentice already, but answers in hand available for Epic to kind of keep the board state at 0 while they build towards this in-game scenario.
Yeah, it looks like they have so many different options that they can go for. They can either... Okay, so if they want to go crazy with their Spirit of the Frog, they sort of want to expend as few cards as possible.
Yeah.
But you can't leave Sorcerer's Apprentice on board. It's one of those super high threat level cards, especially in this Mana Cyclone deck, but really just throughout Hearthstone's history. You leave a Sorcerer's Apprentice on your opponent's board at your own grave risk.
Right. And because if there's a Mana Cyclone in hand, which note that there isn't. So this is kind of Nordavind, trying to make Epic blink here. They're gonna put down the pressure. They're gonna say answer this or do other stuff, and they don't want to do other stuff. They want to answer this card right away. So it looks like they're gonna use the Voltaic Burst here with the mana discount in order to clear the board and hold that zap for later turn.
Yeah, I'm interested that they opted to overload going into turn 4. I guess it actually doesn't matter because there's their ability to Zentimo and Zap, or Zap and Totem, or Totem Zap, probably in that order, is not affected by them being overloaded for just 1. I think Voltaic Burst only overloads for 1. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd imagine that Zentimo is going to be held until that big hex play is going to come down at some point in the future. This is just going to be Totem Pass, I would think, unless they really want to answer this Stargazer Luna. But like you said, if they commit to those removal spells now, that Spirit of the Frog will never realize its draw potential later on.
Yeah, and this is one of those real awkward because Stargazer Luna, you would prefer not to leave on board if at all possible. But do you prefer to take it off board so much that you like roll a totem and then spend a lightning bolt if you get the spell power, or even grosser, more gross? Do you lightning bolt zap? Like, is it that high of a threat card that you have to handle it immediately?
I don't know, because yeah, I've played a good bit of the Cyclone Mage, and there are times where Luna, your leftmost or your rightmost card is a giant, or the rabble bouncer, something that doesn't really get you much. Like, you didn't want to play it to begin with, and you're only going to get one card out of it anyway. So I would not be surprised. Yeah, they actually rolled the spell power totem, so they kind of got the best possible result here. They only had to commit one card to it and managed to get that draw potential off the board.
Yeah, that definitely makes the choice a little bit easier, because one card for one card, that's not too hard of a sell. But like one card for two cards is tough, especially when the cards in your hand as the shaman represent potential draws. But just like you said, this spell power totem is like, okay, we'll spend our 1 mana to deal with your 3 or 4 mana. 3 mana, sorry. So it's got 4 health, it only costs 3 mana.
Right. And not a ton of options here for Nordavind. They're going to go ahead and draw. The Banana Buffoon and the Arcane Intellect both represent the same amount of cards in hand for the potential, Mountain Giant plays in the future. So they went ahead and opted for the Arcane Intellect now. Bananas are probably more useful later on when you have another Sorcerer's Apprentice available to you.
For sure. Can I pitch a line of play at you real quick and just get your thoughts on? Obviously, the ability to go off with a Mana Cyclone is really good, and what the deck is somewhat named after. Is there ever a world where you actually play out these mirror images preemptively, since you'll be able to Mountain Giant next turn anyway, to protect your Mountain Giants moving into the future?
Well, one of the most important utilities for the mirror image, besides triggering Mana Cyclone, is also reducing the Sea Giant cost. So you usually kind of use it in conjunction with the Sea Giant if you're doing it with a giant period. I think that the important consideration for Nordavind going into turn 6 is that they have the coin and they're holding a Mountain Giant. So if they happen to pick up, if they would have top decked a Conjurer's Calling, actually they're holding one. So there is a potential turn 6 here where they go Mountain Giant, coin, or actually are they at 10? They're only at 9 cards. Never mind. Because sometimes you're at 10 cards on turn 5. You can go Giant, coin, Conjurer's Calling and get 2 giants. But not an option here.
Yeah. So actually, maybe since we're heading down this path, maybe this is a Banana Buffoon turn to go ahead and gift yourself up to 10 cards, or you can set yourself to 9 cards so that you'll draw to 10, and that actually opens up exactly like you're saying on turn 6. Mountain Giant, coin, Conjurer's Calling. But it looks like we're just gonna go ahead and develop this Ziliax, clear off the spell power totem, and move right along.
Interesting. Because you're right. You could go Buffoon and play 1 banana, and then set yourself up for a 3 mana giant next turn. But so I wonder, what's Nordavind's plan for threat development down the road? Because the longer you wait for a big giant turn, the more likely you are to just get blown out by Hagatha's Scheme, which we can see is already in hand and powered up to 6 for Epic Esports. So there's always that risk, and I think we already talked about the decision, but do you want to do steady threat generation, or do you want to burst it all out at once and just fill the board with giants? Because there's definitely, against this specific shaman deck, there are some big downsides to going super wide.
Yeah, and actually, this is a really important thing for Nordavind to keep in mind. That Hagatha's Scheme has been in hand since very early in the game. It means that we're only 1 turn off, or a single spell power totem off, of it clearing an infinite number of 8 health minions on board.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. We're just going to go ahead and see the Taunt Totem come in here to clear the Divine Shield off of the Ziliax to allow the Zap to come through and finish it off.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect paid to the Ziliax, which I find interesting because, I feel like there's definitely a thought to just answering the Ziliax next turn with with the sludge slurper here, because it's not as if they're healing right now, right?
Right.
They're at 30, and then you don't have any minion pressure that you're worried about being cleared by the Ziliax. So it's interesting that they actually decided to respect the Ziliax there,
And opting to overload again as well, going into their turn 7. Obviously, they don't have Swamp Queen Hagatha in their hand right now, but if they did, or if they happen to top deck Swamp Queen Hagatha, it will be unplayable.
Yeah. So the last turn choice of the Ziliax means that they do have to spin the coin here to go for the giant Conjurer's Call play. And as you noted, now Epic at a decision point. Do you burn this Hagatha scheme now in order to clear this board? Because they have no other way to clear it. They do have the Walking Fountain for next turn if needed, but if they don't burn this Hagatha scheme now, they're taking 15 next turn.
Yeah, I'm actually starting to get a little nervous for Shaman, because we see they're drawing a lot of heavy cards that are not going to be very, very valuable until quite a bit later in the game. Their deck velocity much lower than we saw in that first game versus Warrior. Right. Shutterwalk already in hand, Elysiana already in hand, Krogwa unplayable on account of being overloaded for 2 from last turn. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and see Wrath of Air Totem pass? Wrath of Air Totem...
Man, yeah, I guess so. I guess the thought is, if we can... Oh, you know what? It was ready to go. Yeah, it would have dealt 9 to the board. But I guess the thought is, we're fine, we'll take 15, but if we can bluff them into thinking we don't have it and they go even wider, then we pick up the extra value off the scheme, and then you've got Walking Fountain for healing, and you can probably survive.
Yeah, that's true. Until this mage deck actually kills you as the control shaman, like you're saying, there's so much health restoration with both copies of Witch's Brew, and so many board clears with Hagatha scheme, Swamp Queen Hagatha, and then Shutterwalk revisiting those again. Not Earth Shocks. Well, there are Earth Shocks, but there's also the Lightning Bolt with Zentimo, Hexes with Zentimo. Mm-hmm. So actually taking 15, even though me saying it out loud makes my sternum sore, just getting hit for 15 hurts so much. If it doesn't kill you, you can come back from it.
And Nordavind actually going slightly wide with the Buffoon and the Sorcerer's Apprentice, just to put that much more pressure without committing more giants to the board. Not don't commit that second Conjurer's Calling. And now this is a lethal threat, right? This should be that's more than enough. So now Epic has no choice; they must clear this.
And this is a super small, just like very fine detail, but I wanted to see the Sorcerer's Apprentice and Banana Buffoons in between the 2 giants, just in case of Zentimo. Because the way the Zentimo Hex works, it works like a shooting star, right? Where it's either side.
Right, yeah, it's the 2, it says against its neighbors, so the 2 adjacent minions. So you're absolutely right.
So yeah, spreading out your threats physically against both in time and in space can be important if you want to play around absolutely everything.
So kind of like the old meteor positioning, right? Put your big stuff to the outside.
Exactly. But we actually don't see a Hex in hand, so Nordavind not going to face the music for that particular decision.
So Epic actually could play the Walking Fountain here, and heal for 8 and clear the Grave Horror, if they wanted to kind of do it halfway. And again, if they do this, they're not dead to the board.
Yeah, that's right. Healing themselves all the way up to 21. Right. They are also getting set up. They're actually going to go ahead and trade in that lackey in case this mountain giant is about to eat even more bananas, and through the power of potassium get out of range of this Hagatha scheme.
Well, they're Nordavind's going to try to find a little bit more pressure. I imagine some face damage would have been nice off of the magic trick, but Counterspell, Vaporize, Ray of Frosts, not ideal. Counterspell, though, actually, Counterspell.
Yeah, actually, Counterspell.
Oh, man.
I would not mind to Counterspell away this upcoming potential Hagatha scheme.
Yeah, like if that ends up being the play, that's the only spell in Epic's hand. If they don't pick up any other spell, and they're forced to use this Hagatha scheme to stay alive, the counterspell just basically just wins the game for Nordovan.
Yeah, and actually they somewhat tipped their hand that they have some way to deal with this mountain giant when they traded in that lackey, right? There's like, because that's an odd thing to do with your 1/1 creature, is just throw it away into a giant creature. And so here we go, counterspell on the defense, another crushing, just 12 or 15, 17, 18 damage coming in. This needs to be a spell.
It's not. It's Hagatha. That's gonna be game, Bills. Epic tried to be patient with their Hagatha scheme, to trusting in their ability to clear the board in future turns. It doesn't work out. The bananas, Bills.
The bananas.
They put the mountain giant out of range of Hagatha's scheme, as you said. They kind of tipped their hand a little bit by trading in the lackey, and Nordovan saw that. They buff up the mountain giant out of range for this Hagatha scheme. There's no way, not to say nothing of the counterspell. There's no way out for Epic here.
Yeah, Nordovan has just closed all the doors and locked all the closed all the windows and locked all the doors. And there's just the only way that they were going to successfully get out of that particular just full Nelson chokehold of a board state was to somehow Spirit of the Frog into a bunch of spells, and still it wasn't going to be enough, actually.
Oh man, that was almost a heartbreaking sequence for Epic Esports, but that's gonna mean that Nordovan is the Season 2 champion for HouseRivalries EU. What a fantastic run for Nordovan. They were first place in the Swiss after dropping out in Season 1, and managed to power their way all the way through this bracket. Undisputed champions here in Season 2. So we're going to kick it over to the analyst to talk to us a little bit about this matchup and kind of unpack this final series. So take it away.
Thanks a lot, Cinder and Dollar Bills. Wow, that was a really intense last game. I really enjoyed seeing the bananas come in clutch for Nordovan there. I mean, they played so well around that Hagatha scheme that was kept in the opening hand. I must say, I think I'm a big fan of Banana Buffoon. So that last game probably has to go down as my favorite. What would your favorites have been, Delta? I think you're muted on.
I really like the first match with the Bomb Warrior versus this Control Shaman as well. They really show that because they don't have the aggressive list with LX and everything like that, they have to do a completely different strategy, keeping tons of cards in hand at all time, always having resources and just grinding the game out. But even though they know they will never win in fatigue, they have a different strategy going into it. So
yeah, really to try and get that density of bombs as close as possible.
Yeah, and then it came down to a 50-50 in the end there, but that was in their favor, and they put up a situation where even if they didn't draw the bomb, they were still in a decent situation, and yeah, so it's kind of cool way to set up the whole match. In
general. And even in that game 2 with the Shark Rogue as well, they set up so well for their burst potential with that Spirit of the Shark. That was really cool. Anything you want to add, Dan?
Well, mostly yesterday we were worried about the Shaman, and he found the win against the Rogue because the Rogue tried to go all in on it, and it feels like the deck is really prepared to punish that, especially against Rogue with Earthshock for Van Cleef and stuff like that. But it's true that taking a very slow game plan from Mage and just building on that huge advantage with the Giants and playing around the schemes pretty well. He was lucky to get a taunt, even if it's 75% to get at least one.
Yeah.
It feels like their line was just much better than what we saw against this Shaman yesterday, and that really puts the deck kind of in perspective compared to how strong it looked yesterday.
Yeah. I think the Shaman was a bit of a sticking point today for Epic Esports, losing twice on it in the end. But a really good showing from them, and mostly congratulations to Nordovan, our Season 2 champions. I think very deserving the way they've played throughout the whole of the Swiss portion and the whole of this top 12, only dropping one game the entire season. So very well done to them. And yeah, congratulations. Anything else you guys want to add before we sign off for today?
Yeah, we'll just wave the Norwegian flag. I should have it on the backside here and just wave it a little bit because it's always fun when Norwin wins. But as you stated on this, it really shows how this roster of great players, and not to discredit any of the other teams, but like these are top tier players. Two of the players on Norwin is in Grandmasters. The rest is just really good high tier players, and they managed to like concoct a good conquest lineup, which is not so common nowadays because we play specialist, and they managed to play it almost perfectly, or perfectly. You can say whatever you want, but it was really close calls on all their lineups, and they thought long about everything and just played around everything, and it was just perfectly executed.
Yeah. Anything you want to add, Dan, as from somebody that had actual experience competing in this tournament?
I felt like playing the 2 seasons. I really want to give props to Bemi for putting a 30-team tournament, like team tournament. Actually, this represents 90 players, so this is like a lot of work, like 90 players to make, plus production, plus all this. I just want to shout out because it was really like super fun to play. We were like helped. We had a Discord. We had everything to be in perfect conditions. Everything was run so smoothly, and I do agree with Della. In the end, like the best record overall, like playoffs plus rounds one. We played against them. Against us, we felt like they were really solid. Casting them, I can see they're really solid. It's like, I think the best men win. Like, nothing more to say.
Yep. That's a great note to end on. As you said, absolutely spectacular performance by Nordavent all the way through. Well done to them. And of course, thanks to everyone that helped put this together, especially Bemi. So on that note, cheerio, everyone.